Chapter 97 Demon Slave. Head Instructor Hong, why don't you do the talking? Hu Dong said. That's good. Hong Qianqi nodded. The city lord didn't come back with us. He's leading his men to march through the night. They plan to take advantage of the fact that all the monster soldiers in Greenscale City are dead and the city lord Qing Wenling is dead. They want to take down Greenscale City. Attack the Greenscale City. Han Liki could not help but berate, this is ridiculous. Does he think he is an invincible war god? They actually dare to directly attack the territory of the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom. If there is even the slightest mistake and we are surrounded, we will be doomed and will die. Too impulsive, simply too impulsive. This won't do. Han Liki clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, I have to report this to the Imperial Court immediately. The Snake Commander has been killed and the one-line Snake Army has been completely annihilated. Although it is a good thing, Red Dragon County will definitely not take this lying down. They will definitely think of a way to take revenge when they receive the news. Given the current situation, it's best if the Imperial Court can send their army to station in Black Dragon County. Otherwise, it'll be a great disaster. State Lord, where is City Lord Jiang? Hong Qianqi asked. He's on his own. Han Liki snorted and said he insisted on entering the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom's territory. What can I do? Do you think I can still pull him back from here? As soon as he finished speaking, Han Liki left immediately. The city lord will be fine, right? Shu Weie's eyes were a little worried. It's fine. I believe that the city lord would never do something he's not confident in. Peng Kuei said after some thought. Peng Kuei is right. Wu Zong nodded. During my time with the city lord, I have some understanding of him. Basically, he is well prepared for every operation and never fights a battle he is not confident in. It was close to noon. Jiang Li led the mechanical army out of the Green Mountain Range. They encountered fierce beasts but only lost a few walking puppets. My lord, we should head in this direction. Shu Li took out the map and led the way for Jiang Li. Yes. Okay. Jiang Li nodded. Half an hour later, Jiang Li passed by the first monster village. The village wasn't big, but there were hundreds of monsters living in the village. Most of them were civilians and didn't have much combat power. In order to avoid alerting the monsters, Jiang Li didn't attack the village. Instead, he passed by quietly without alerting any of the monsters. Time passed. In the afternoon, when Jiang Li passed by the fourth monster village and was about to reach the Greenscale City, he was discovered by the residents of the village. Human. There's a human. Ah. The demon commoner was a young demon with a dog's head and a human's body. He couldn't help but exclaim when he saw Jiang Li and the others. He covered his mouth and stepped back quietly. Whoosh! The bowmaster mech shot an arrow through the air and pierced through the monster's head. Blood gushed out and the monster died. Hurry up and run. Run. Sha 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 sha. Although the archer mech had killed the monster, it still alerted the monsters in the village and caused them to scream. Kill. Jiang Li frowned, waved his hand, and gave the order. He looked at the village in front of him. Most of the demons in the village were dog-headed human-bodied dog-headed demons. There were not many of them, only a few hundred of them. Massacre the entire village, leave no one alive. In order to prevent the monsters from running away and exposing his whereabouts, Jiang Li ordered the villagers to slaughter the monsters. Shua. 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 Hundreds of mechs attacked at the same time. The firearm mech didn't shoot because the sound was too loud. City Lord. Shu Li walked over and suggested, it's really a pity to massacre a village. In the Dhn dynasty, the price of demon slaves is not low. If we capture them and sell them as demon slaves, we can make a lot of money. Demon slave. It was the first time Jiang Li had heard of this. Yep. Shu Li nodded and explained. The three races, human, demon, and barbarian, have been at war for years. There has long been an irreconcilable hatred. It has been rooted in the depths of their blood. Therefore, if the demons capture the cities of human beings, they will either massacre the cities or raise the captured human beings as pigs. It is perfectly normal for them to eat human beings. If human beings conquer the cities of the demons, we will not show any mercy. Other than massacring the cities, we will also capture the demons and turn them into demon slaves for us to control. The market price of a strong and healthy demon is 100 taels of silver. Demon slaves, that's not a bad deal. It's too troublesome to take the monsters in this village with us, Jiangli murmured. Besides, there are only a few hundred monsters. They are not worth much. Compared to this village, the number of monsters in the Greenscale City is much higher. If you really want to capture demonic slaves, you should go to the Greenscale City. Your Excellency is right. I was too short-sighted, Shuli immediately said. 10 minutes later, the entire dog-headed people's village was massacred and hundreds of dog-headed people were killed. Out of the hundreds of dog-headed people, there were only 5 level 1 monsters. Jiangli caught a level 1 Soltinder. In order to get to the Greenscale City as soon as possible, Jiangli didn't search the village. He left right away after he slaughtered the village. He sped up and arrived at the Greenscale City half an hour later. My lord, the Greenscale City is right in front of us. Shuli pointed to the front. Yes. City gate. Jiangli looked over. The first thing he saw was the tall city gate. The thick and tall city wall stood tall. Many monsters were coming and going at the gate. My lord, should we prepare anything? Shuli asked. No need. Attack the city, Jiangli said. Do it. Let's go. Jiangli waved his hand and gave the order. Kill. Attack. Roar. The siege began. First of all, boom. SH-01 lifted the rocket launcher and fired a rocket. The rocket left a trail of flames behind it as it streaked across the sky and blew up the Greenscale City's gate. Rumble. Deafening explosions, flames, and the city walls were all destroyed. The scene was shocking. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. Many demons around the city gate were injured by the explosion, some even directly killed. At least dozens of demons were killed and their limbs and bodies were flying everywhere. Dust and stones flew everywhere. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly hide in the city. What was that just now? The city gate has fallen. Quickly inform the city lord. The city lord left with the monster soldiers last night. Screams. Fear. He trembled. The monsters panicked and ran into the city, but the Greenscale City was unguarded. All the monster soldiers were taken away by Qing Wenling and killed by Jiangli. Currently, the Greenscale City was left with the reserve troops of the monster race and the monster gang similar to the human gang. Under the control of the biochemical mechs, thousands of walking corpse puppets charged at the front like meat shields, attracting the attacks of the demon reserve army of Greenscale City. Attack! Attack! Archers, release your arrows. Hurry up! On the city wall, the demon reserve army took out their bows and arrows and aimed them at the walking puppets below. A large number of arrows broke through the air and hit the walking puppets. Many of them were destroyed. Chapter 98 captured. Fire mechs, fire immediately. He ordered. Jiangli said. Very quickly. The fire mech had already set up his machine gun. He was hundreds of meters away, which was beyond the shooting range of the Greenscale Demon Reserve Army. Da. The machine guns opened fire, and the black muzzles spat out tongues of fire. The hot bullets shot out, forming a rain of bullets that covered the entire city wall. Fut! 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 On the city wall, flowers of blood bloomed. These reserve troops of the monster race from the Greenscale City were not even level 1 monsters. They did not have the power of the bloodline and could only rely on their bodies to survive the bullets. Although they were wearing armor, the quality of the armor of the reserve army could not be compared to that of the regular army. Instantly, one by one, the demi-human reserve army was shot to death. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. A massacre! This was a massacre. The monsters couldn't fight back at all when the firearm mech shot at them. Their arrows couldn't hurt Jiangli's mech at all. Not to mention that there were undead puppets in front of them. Boon. 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 Sh-01 fired its cannons one after another, and the shells exploded on the city walls, setting off a huge fire. The shockwaves from the explosion spread in all directions, killing a large number of demons. Shua. 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 At the same time, the cold weapon mechs, combat mechs, and biochemical mechs entered the Greenscale City and killed the level 1 demons of the demon gang. Die. Thump. At the city gate, a furious roar was heard. The red bloodline mist surged, and a 2-meter-tall demon with a lion's head and a human's body came into view. His hair was red like flames. Bang. The lion-headed demon smashed his fist down. The fist print was like a lion's head, and a lion's roar was heard. His fist smashed the head of a cold weapon mech. It's Kai Yang, the leader of the Lion Demon Gang. Gang leader Kai Yang's cultivation is at the mid-stage of the 2nd level. He killed the opponent in one blow. That's great. We are saved. In the surroundings, the panicking monsters were overjoyed and couldn't help but feel excited. Human. Kai Yang looked up at Jiang Li and roared like a lion, "You guys are too bold. How do you invade the Red Eyebrow Yao Kingdom's territory and even attack the Greenscale City? I'm telling you, you won't succeed. Furthermore, the commotion caused by the battle here will spread very quickly. At that time, the other demon city's army will arrive and you will be dead. I advise you to leave quickly and not make a mistake. Do it." Jiang Li ignored Kai Yang and signaled to sniper mech JJ-01. Yes. Catcher. JJ-01 changed the magazine of the energy bullet and aimed it at Kai Yang's head. He activated his Eagle Eye and gunfighting skills at the same time to lock and predict, and pulled the trigger. Bang. Bang. A platinum-colored energy bullet shot out from the muzzle, making a loud noise and creating a vortex-like airflow. It tore through the air and shot through the air. Phut. Under the gazes of the surrounding demons, Kai Yang had just killed a mech and shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, his head exploded like a watermelon. The voice stopped abruptly. He died just like that. One-shot kill. Leader of the Red Flame Gang. How could this be? What happened to Yin Luo just now? The gang leader of the Red Flame Gang, who was in the middle stage of the 2nd level, was killed just like that. His head exploded. The surrounding demons were terrified. Attack. Jiang Li waved his hand. The thousands of mechs charged again. Time passed. It was evening. The Greenscale City was completely taken over by Jiang Li. All the Greenscale City's reserve army and the monster clan were killed. The entire Greenscale City was under Jiang Li's control. The speed of the siege is too fast. Xu Li witnessed the scene with his own eyes. The speed of the siege was much faster than he had expected. They had completely captured the Greenscale City before nightfall. Greenscale City. Among the 5 major demon cities in the Red Dragon County of the Red Eyebrow Demon Kingdom, it was considered to be of average strength. The entire Greenscale City had more than 100,000 demons. Before the sun set, Jiang Li gathered all the monsters. There were more than 100,000 demons. Men and women, old and young. The lion-headed demon clan, dog-headed demon clan, ox-headed demon clan, horse-headed demon clan, and all kinds of demon clans were gathered on the huge square. They were densely packed together. In the surroundings, the firearm mech had already set up his machine gun. If the demons made any strange movements, he would shoot. These monsters had seen the power of these weapons with their own eyes, and fear appeared in their eyes. They didn't dare to make any movements and stayed in place. Father, will we die? Among these demons, there were very young demons. The youngest had just been born, and the slightly older ones were a few years old. There were also some in their teens. They snuggled in the arms of their parents, their eyes filled with fear. Don't be afraid, little Li. Be good, your father is here. The fox-headed demon touched his daughter's hair and said in a gentle tone. However, these demons were very clear. The city was captured. There were only 2 outcomes for them. They would either be massacred or sold as demon slaves. Furthermore, no matter which one it was, they all had extremely tragic fates. Although being sold as a demon slave could save one's life, sometimes being alive was more terrifying than death. According to the market price, more than 100,000 demons would be worth 10 million taels of silver if they were all sold as demon slaves. It's only 10 million taels of silver. It's not a lot. It's hard to go back with so many monsters. Giandli muttered. Let's put aside the matter of the demonic slaves for now. The most important thing now is to plunder the wealth of the Greenscale City. We can't lose the watermelon just because we picked up a sesame seed. Giandli said to himself. Of course. Giandli had just taken over the Greenscale City, so he wasn't as familiar with the city as these monsters. He still needed their help to plunder the wealth of the city. This would save a lot of time. Soon after. Let's go. Giandli found a monster who was familiar with the Greenscale City among the 100,000 monsters and asked him to lead the way. Sir Great Swan and I am willing to assist you. It was a white-haired, goat-headed demon. All right, he said. I'm fine. Giandli smiled. What is your name? The smaller one is a camel. The sheep-headed demon replied. Yes, lead the way. Giandli waved his hand. Yes, my lord. Yang Qingtuo nodded and bowed, his face full of flattery. With Yang Qingtuo leading the way for Jiangli, it was much easier to plunder the wealth of the Greenscale City. At least Yang Qingtuo knew that most of the wealth in the city was in the hands of those forces. Among them, the most important one was the City Lord's mansion, followed by the 5 monster gangs, 3 monster trade associations, and then the rich and powerful monsters. By the time Jiangli finished plundering most of the wealth in the Greenscale City, it was already late at night. All the things he had plundered were placed in the mayor's mansion. Gold, silver, jewelry, spirit herbs, pills, weapons, equipment, and all sorts of ores and materials. They piled up into a mountain. Jiangli didn't have the time to count them, so he wasn't sure about the exact amount. However, at least 70% of the wealth of the entire Greenscale City was here. Chapter 99, Unlocking the Level 2 Truth Class. Let's not care about the other things first. We'll talk about it after we clear out the medicinal herbs. Jiangli thought to himself. Soon after. I'm sorry. Jiangli found a lot of agile monsters from more than 100,000 monsters and asked them to sort the herbs according to their grades. Under the threat of Jiangli's force, these monsters had to work for him no matter how unwilling they were. Furthermore, there were also mechs around. If anyone dared to do anything, they would shoot. He would show no mercy. All the medicinal herbs in the Greenscale City are here. Jiangli looked at the mountain of herbs and the busy monsters in front of him. He was in a good mood. He had gained a lot this time, even more than he had expected. On the other side, in the Great Shear City, at the county office, Shua. Like a sharp arrow, the carrier pigeon streaked through the night sky, fast as lightning. It entered the county government's residence, stopped at Hanliki's residence, and landed in front of the window. There's news from the imperial court. Hanliki heard the commotion and his tone was slightly excited. He immediately opened the window, took the letter from the pigeon's feet, and began to read it. This by an. However, when Hanliki finished reading the contents of the letter, his expression changed. His expression stiffened, and he didn't even know that the letter had fallen from his hands to the ground. The letter fell to the ground. There were 4 words on it: give up on Jiangli. How can this be? Hanliki couldn't help but ask. Long Snake City. The City Lord's mansion. It's already the 2nd night. Why hasn't the snake-biting man returned yet? There's no news at all. The long red snake walked back and forth in the hall. He had a snake head and a human body. His body was slender and covered in red scales. His pupils were vertical like red gems. Vaguely, he felt that something was wrong. Because, according to the snake-biting man's personality, no matter what happened or how the battle situation was, he would have sent a Yarrow to inform him long ago. However, this time, there was no news at all. Report. The monster soldiers outside the hall ran in hurriedly. Come in. The Red Snake shouted. City Lord. The demi-human soldier entered the hall and knelt on the ground. Did the snake-biting general send us some news? The Red Snake asked. No, I'm not. The monster soldier shook his head and quickly said the dog-headed people village was completely massacred. There was also a huge commotion in the Greenscale city, but I don't know what exactly happened. That's why we are sending the demon soldiers to investigate. The village was massacred. Red Snake frowned. The dog-headed man village is a village in the Greenscale city. If it's not a human, then it must be a barbarian that has entered our Red Dragon County. How dare you? Investigate this immediately. Yes. The demon quickly nodded. At the same time, other than the Long Snake City, the other 3 demon cities in the Red Dragon County, Fox City, Night Market City, and Beast City, had also received the news. They immediately sent out their demon soldiers to Greenscale City to gather information. It was already late at night. All of the medicinal ingredients had already been sorted. Among them, there were 32,877 ordinary spiritual herbs, 7329 inferior grade tier 1 spiritual herbs, 5,400 medium grade tier 1 spiritual herbs, 3,000 superior grade tier 1 spiritual herbs, and 1020 superior grade tier 1 spiritual herbs. 100 low grade second grade herbs, 31 medium grade second grade herbs, and 10 high grade second grade herbs. There weren't any tier 2 superior grade spirit herbs. Transform all the ordinary herbs. I'm here. Jiandli drove away the monsters around him. There were only Jiandli and the mech around. Then he confirmed. Buzz. With a flash of white light, the mountain-like pile of ordinary medicinal herbs disappeared into thin air and were converted into a large number of energy points, leaving a large empty space. Conversion successful. 87540 energy points obtained. A notification appeared. Sure. Jiandli opened the Dominator panel. The number of energy points in the energy point column had reached 210,730 points. Among them, in the previous battle, Jiandli replenished the ammunition of the firearm mech twice and used 1480 energy points. It took him 500 energy points to repair the mech. My energy points have reached more than 200,000. Jiandli murmured. After the siege, Jiandli only got 23 level 1 soul tinders because he didn't kill many level 1 monsters. He didn't manage to capture a single stage 2 soul tinder. Unlocking the stage 2 mechanical army type, Jiandli used 9 level 2 soul tinders and 10,000 energy points to unlock the interface of the level 2 mechanical army. 9 stage 2 soul tinders have been achieved, 10,000 energy points have been achieved, and the unlocking conditions have been met. The interface of the mechanical army stage 2 military types is being unlocked. Please wait patiently. Countdown 10, 9, 8. The countdown has ended. The interface for the stage 2 military type of mechanical army has been successfully unlocked. Can be expanded. 10 seconds passed. Unlocking complete. Sure. Master panel. Master Jiandli. Gain Super Mechanical Army. Interface Army type. Mechanical Army type can be expanded. Mechanical Navy type cannot be expanded. Mechanical Air Force type cannot be expanded. Mechanical Interstellar type cannot be expanded. Special Mechanical Army type cannot be expanded. Energy points 200730. Soul Tinder 24 level 1 Soul Tinders, 2 level 2 Soul Tinders. Open the Mech Army's military type interface. Jiandli had an idea. The interface changed. A window popped up. Interface Mechanical Army type. Level 1 mech types, Combat Mech unlocked, Cold Weapon Mech unlocked, Firearm Mech unlocked, Intel Mech unlocked, Biochemical Mech unlocked. Level 2 troops, Electric Mech unlocked, Transport Mech 2/4 locked, Cannon locked, Tank Mech locked, Mechanical Ranger locked. 5 types of Stage 2 Mechanical Army units. Level 2 troop class I've finally unlocked. Jiandli looked at the virtual interface and smiled. After unlocking the level 2 mech class, I can use energy points to build level 2 mechs. One had to know. Before unlocking the level 2 match, Jiang Li would need to consume energy points and a level 2 soul tinder if he wanted to get a level 2 mech. Fuse with the soul fire seed. Let's go. Jiang Li fused the 20 level 1 soul tinders. Fusion successful. Fusion successful. In front of him, 2 notifications flashed. This luck. Fusion. Jiang Li was stunned too. He couldn't believe it. I've succeeded twice. Does this mean I've left Africa and entered Europe? Not bad, not bad. Jiang Li was all smiles. This way. Jiang Li now had 4 level 2 soul tinders, so he could unlock the transportation match. Chief Sovereign. At this moment, XX01 walked to Jiang Li and said, Intel Mech XX02 has something important to report. Do you want to accept the call? Answer. Jiang Li said. Yes. Buzz. XX01 raised his wrist and formed a communication projection. Chief Sovereign. Within the communication screen, XX02 saluted Jiang Li. What's the situation? Jiang Li asked. There are traces of suspicious monster race outside the Greenscale city. It's very likely that they are spies from other demon cities, XX02 reported. I think we've been exposed. He came so quickly. Jiang Li muttered. Chapter 100 Transporting Match. One had to know. Jiang Li sent a lot of match to guard the city wall and keep an eye on the situation outside the Greenscale city. XX02 was standing on the wall. Sure. The scene changed. XX02 pointed the camera forward. Not far away. In the shadowy corner, there were the figures and traces of a few demons. These demons seemed to have realized that they had been discovered and immediately turned around to escape. Kill him. Stop. Jiang Li shouted. Bang. Bang. JJ01 raised his gun and fired. The sniper bullet tore through the air, making a sharp sound as it pierced through the air. It directly hit the head of a demon spy. A headshot. Bang. 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 JJ01 fired continuously. One after another, sniper bullets streaked across the night sky, killing one demon scout after another. All of them were killed in one shot. Whoosh. Whoosh. The archers and mechs also shot arrows, killing several demon scouts. This buy-in. What a brutal weapon. One shot, dead. In the surroundings. Other than the monster scouts who had been exposed, there were also many monsters who were hiding. They were not discovered. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were shocked and their eyes were filled with fear. Don't stick your head out, you'll be discovered. What do we do now? Find a chance to spread the news that a human army has sneaked into Red Dragon County and even captured Greenscale City. We must keep all these humans here. Hee, don't worry. I have already sent the message to Longsnake City. Longsnake City is the closest to Greenscale City. The Longsnake army should be here soon. These humans will die for sure. Good, good, good. That's great. The demons conversed in secret, their tones excited. You guys continue to keep an eye on him. Jiang Li looked at the communication screen and said, as long as you find any demons, kill them immediately. Report to me immediately if there's any movement or abnormality. Yes. XX02 and the other mech nodded in response. The communication was disconnected. The projection disappeared. 4 level 2 soul tinders have been consumed. Transport mechs have been unlocked. Jiang Li operated the Dominator panel. Sure. Transport mech has been successfully unlocked. A notification appeared. Create 100 transport mechs. Transport mechs. Jiang Li immediately opened the mech type interface and used 100,000 energy points to build 100 transport mechs. The number of energy points had been reduced by nearly half. It required 1,000 energy points to create a Stage 2 troop class, which was 100 times more than a Stage 1 troop class. Sure. The manufacturing interface popped up. An illusionary image of a military truck appeared. There were two illusionary figures standing beside the military truck. Other than that, there was also the word X100. The shadow was surrounded by countless light spots, which gradually solidified. A minute later, the production was completed. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. Instantly, a total of 100 camouflaged large military transport trucks appeared out of thin air, almost occupying the entire large open space in front. There were 100 of them. They were arranged in front of Jiang Li. The scene was shocking. There was a sense of modern technology. There were two mechs in camouflage uniforms standing next to each military transport truck. Furthermore, each large military transport truck was also equipped with an 88mm anti-aircraft gun. The front of the truck was like a miniature tank, and the firepower was very strong, forming a perfect combination. Greetings, Chief Sovereign. Kill. The 200 mechs shouted in unison. Good, good. Jiang Li smiled. Obviously. Level 2 troop type. Transport mechs. The main body was not a mech but a large military transport truck. Each large military transport truck had two mechs. A mech driver and a mech gunner. Of course, whether it was the driver or the gunner, their physical fitness and combat power had reached the minimum level of an early stage 2 martial artist. Sure. Troop type, transport mech. Rank, early stage of rank 2. No, YS-01. Skill, level 2 low grade as if walking on flat ground. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirement, 2,000 energy points. A large military transport truck can only carry 40 people. 100 large military trucks can only carry 4,000 people. Jiang Li murmured, apart from 1,000 mechs and walking puppets, I can only take 2,000 monsters with me. In that case, we can only kill all the monsters in the Greenscale City. It's a bit of a pity. After all, it's worth tens of millions of taels. Finally. Okay. Jiang Li made the decision. The current situation. It was impossible for Jiang Li to take more than 100,000 monsters with him. There were too many of them and there would be too big a target. It would also slow down Jiang Li's army. Furthermore, when he crossed the Green Mountain Range, he would definitely attract a large group of ferocious beasts with more than 100,000 demons. As for letting these demons go, that was even more impossible. Boom. Boom. Kill. Suddenly, outside the Greenscale City, there was a loud explosion, followed by the sounds of fighting and machine guns firing. An intense battle had broken out. Hegemon, a monster army, is attacking us. XX-01 reported. All soldiers, head to the city walls and prepare to fight the demon army. Stop. Jiang Li shouted. Yes. Yes. The mechs replied in unison. My lord, what about these monsters? Shu Li asked. Hurry up and run. Brothers and sisters, our fellow demons from other demon cities are here to save us. If you don't want to die, if you don't want to become a demon slave, run. This is our only chance to survive. If you don't run, you'll die. At this moment, among the 100,000 demons, many of them started to stir up trouble. They roared and created chaos. The chaos immediately caused a major panic. The most important thing was, some monsters even tried to steal Jiang Li's loot. Obviously, these demons were doing this on purpose, creating chaos to buy time for the demon troops outside the city. They were attempting to coordinate with the outside and disrupt the entire situation. You're looking for death. Shoot. Jiang Li's eyes were cold. Don't leave anyone alive. Da. In the surroundings, the 300 firearm mechs fired their machine guns and submachine guns, forming a continuous rain of bullets that covered the front and killed the chaotic demons. One had to know. These demons were just ordinary people. Not to mention the power of blood, there were not many demons who were not even qualified to be called demons. How could they resist the bullets of machine guns? In an instant, a large number of them fell. The ground was filled with corpses. When the 300 firearm match finished their round of bullets, more than 10,000 demons were killed. Their blood flowed and formed a strain. Such an iron-blooded method had intimidated all the demons. Sure. Jiangli used 300 energy points to refill the ammunition for the 300 firearm match. Rumble. A loud noise came from outside the city. Jiangli looked up and saw that the city wall had collapsed from afar. The city wall that was already destroyed by Jiangli's bombardment finally couldn't hold on anymore under the attack of the monster army. It directly collapsed. The demon army is about to charge in. We are saved. Let's wait and see. When the demon army charges in, these humans will be dead. In the surroundings, the monsters looked at each other and were excited. After Jiangli's bloody slaughter and suppression, they didn't dare to make any more moves. Buzz. In the communication screen. As the city wall collapsed, the monster army was about to break through the blockade of the match and enter the city. After all, Jiangli only had a few hundred matches around the city gate. Create electric-powered matches. Sure. Let's go. Jiangli used up 50,000 energy points and built 50 electric matches. Chapter 101 Acceptance Speech. It was going to be on the shelf. Last night, Lucio had received a message from the station that the novel would be published at 12 a.m. the next Friday and that the VIP chapter would be released. He calculated carefully. Time passed by quite quickly. From December 22, 2019 to February 6, 2020, he had been writing the new book for over a month. It was not short. Lucio had thought that it would be released on February 1st. I didn't expect Terpsichorean Giant to give me another recommendation. It was a pity that he did not successfully advance, so he did not have the chance to enter the 6th frequency, let alone Sanjiang. In reality, Lucio had been a writer for many years and he was an old failure. That's not right. According to the big bosses, an author who didn't write a good book wasn't considered a failure, which meant that Lucio wasn't even a failure. He was crying. To tell the truth, Lucio had written many books, but he had never been to Sanjiang or even the 6th frequency. He felt a little regretful and unwilling to accept it. Just for now. This book's results could be said to be the best out of all the novels that Lucio had written. Whether it was the best cultivation deity tycoon or the most awesome sect in history, there were only slightly more than 1,000 collections when they were put on the shelves, and the initial subscriptions had just broken 100. Such poor results. Lucio had written nearly 4 million words for the best immortal cultivator tycoon and more than 2 million words for the best sect in history. They were all finished normally. Of course, Lucio did not have any purpose in saying all this. The only thing he wanted to express was that he would definitely finish the book as Super Mecha Army. After all, before the Super Mecha Army was put on the shelves, there were already more than 9,000 collected. It was much better than the previous 2 books. This meant that Lucio had improved. Smile. Lucio was quite happy that his story could get everyone's support and love. He also felt an indescribable sense of achievement. So, Lucio would definitely work hard to write this story well and win more people's love. He guaranteed that he would keep updating without any delay. Okay. After saying so much, it was time to get to the main topic. Before it was put on the shelf. It was a routine that every author would do. Please subscribe. Please get. First order. I'm rolling around and acting cute, begging for your subscription support. The initial subscription was very important. The initial subscriptions were very important. The initial subscriptions were very important. This was because if the subscription ratio was too low, it would directly affect the subsequent recommendations of the book. If there were no recommendations after the book was published, it would definitely not be able to rise up, and there would be no royalties. No royalties. Lucio was about to starve to death. So, Lucio hoped that everyone could support the original subscription and subscribe to the novels that they liked as much as possible. Many authors ended their writing in a hurry because their subscriptions got worse and worse, which seriously affected their writing mentality. If anyone felt that Lucio's book was worthy of a genuine subscription, they could activate the automatic subscription of this book. Lucio would be extremely grateful. Finally, thank you, Editor-in-Charge, Jing Hong, for arranging a series of recommendations for this book. Thank you, Chief Editor Tai Shan. Thank you, Chijin Chinese Network. Thank you, UN Group, for providing a platform. Thank you, readers, for supporting Lucio. You are the cutest tilde. At the very last moment. Let's talk about tomorrow's update. On the day of the broadcast, Lucio would update 10 chapters directly. If the initial subscription could break 500, Lucio would add 1 chapter and then another for every 100 chapters, 1 more for the 10,000 rewards and 3 more for the Alliance Master. Lucio added. Chapter 102 Electric-Powered Mech. City Lord, please think of a way. Shu Li was a little panicked. He had never seen such a formation. They had entered the enemy camp and were surrounded by enemies from all directions. Only the troops of Longsnake City have arrived. If this drags on, it won't be long before the troops of the other demon cities arrive. They even say that the Red Dragon County has dispatched their demon troops. By then, we really won't be able to escape. Let those demons in. Jiang Li glanced at Shu Li indifferently and didn't say anything. Then, he sent a message to XX02 through XX01 and gave an order: all soldiers, gather in the city and annihilate the monster army. Yes. At the city wall. Let's go. XX02 gave Jiang Li's order. JJ01, SH01, and the other mech started to retreat. They left the battlefield and retreated into the city. These humans have started to retreat. Ha 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 ha. It's simply too weak. Charge. Kill them all, don't leave a single one. The 10,000 monster soldiers of the Longsnake City charged into the city at full speed and gave chase. Their morale was greatly boosted. A few minutes later, at XX02, JJ01, and Sh01, hundreds of mechs guarding the gate met up with Jiang Li in the city. At the same time, behind them, more than 10,000 monster soldiers charged in. It's the monster army from Longsnake City. They are charging in. Ha 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 ha. We are saved, we are saved. The monsters in the Green Scale City were extremely excited. Their hearts were filled with joy after surviving the disaster. Human. In the demon army. The commander of this army was the Vice City Lord of Longsnake City, Fan Luoyun. He was 2 meters tall and had a burly body. He was wearing a pitch-black full-body armor and had a powerful aura. He had reached the perfected stage of Tier 2. A black bloodline mist enveloped his entire body. How do you step into the Red Dragon County territory of the Red Eyebrow Demon Kingdom? You don't know what's good for you and even want to take over the Green Scale City. How dare you? Fan Luoyun held a black broadsword in his right hand and pointed the tip at Jiang Li. Today, I, Fan Luoyun, will lead the Longsnake City's army and kill all of you here. All the humans, kill them all. Leave no one alive. Jiang Li sneered. You're not good enough. Prepare the anti-aircraft guns, fire. Stop. Jiang Li shouted. Boon. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, the cannon gunners loaded the mechs with shells. There were 100 large military transport trucks. Each of them was equipped with an 88mm anti-aircraft gun. After adjusting the angle of the gun barrel, they aimed at the demon army. He directly fired the cannon. The sound of explosions reverberated in the surroundings. The cannonballs flew everywhere and landed among the demon army. They exploded, filling the sky with flames and setting off waves of air. Ah! Bang 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 bang. The ground exploded, sending rocks and soil flying. Shrill screams rang out as the monster soldiers were blasted into pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Heavy casualties. Although anti-aircraft guns were used to deal with flying units in the air, their power was extraordinary. They could also cause great damage to the troops on the ground. In just a single round of explosions, over 1,000 monster soldiers had been killed, causing the formation of the Longsnake City army to be thrown into chaos and their morale to be crushed. Catcher. Catcher. Kill. After SH-01 had used up all the bullets in the rocket launcher and the Gatling gun, he immediately removed the weapons on his arms. Buzz. His arms transformed into flesh sickles and his biochemical physique was activated. The blood-black mist that enveloped his body made him look like a god of death who had just walked out of hell. He unleashed his full combat strength and charged into the demon army. Fut. 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 The blood-red saber light danced in the air, bringing with it a trail of blood. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, reaping the lives on the battlefield. One after another, the demon soldiers were killed. Grand completion of Tier 2. Fan Luoyan's pupils shrank as he exclaimed. Bang! Bang! JJ-01 opened fire. The sniper bullet broke through the air and shot towards Fan Luoyan. Fan Luoyan did his best to slash out with his blade. The blade light streaked across the void and the sniper bullet was deflected. Bang 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 bang. JJ-01 fired continuously, sealing off Fan Luoyan's position. Thump. Wengang rushed forward and charged towards Fan Luoyan. The giant hammer mech stayed beside Jiang Li and didn't join the battle. Da. In the surroundings, hundreds of firearm mechs fired crazily. Their guns roared and countless bullets flew across the battlefield, killing the demon soldiers. Whoosh! 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 At the back of the monster army, some archers shot arrows at the firearm mech, increasing its damage. It might even be scrapped. Roar! The biochemical mechs also started to show their power. The biochemical toxin spread and corroded the demon soldiers, turning them into walking puppets. Then, they controlled the walking puppets to attack the demon soldiers. At the same time, the biomech itself had strong combat power. The cold weapon mechs and combat mechs also entered the battlefield. Each of them was a perfected stage level 1 mech. They were much stronger than the demon soldiers. 50 electric mechs have been completed. A notification appeared in front of Jiang Li. Soon after, let's go, Jiang Li immediately had 50 electric mechs appear in an alley not far away to avoid the sight of Shu Li and the monsters. Shua. Troop type, electric-powered mech. Rank, early stage of rank 2. No, DN01. Skill, level 2 low-grade electric energy control. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirement, 2000 energy points. Jiang Li checked the information of the electric mech. Obviously, a level 2 troop class that was directly created did not require the consumption of a level 2 soul tinder, but it would only have one skill after being created. If he used the Tier 2 soul tinder to upgrade from Tier 1 to Tier 2, he would have 2 skills. So, relatively speaking, the mechs that upgraded from level 1 to level 2 were stronger than the level 2 mechs. Do it. Let's go. Jiang Li ordered the 50 electric mechs to join the battle and end the battle as soon as possible. Yes. Shua. 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 50 electric-powered mechs rushed out of the alley and activated their electric hands. Thin snake-like electric arcs appeared all over their bodies. Electric energy mastery. It meant that the electric-powered mechs had the ability to control lightning, or they were like martial artists who had cultivated lightning-based internal cultivation techniques. Ah. Boon. The electric-powered mech struck out with lightning and thunder-like palm prints. A demon general was killed with one palm. His heart was shattered and his internal organs were carbonized. Rank 2. Fan Luoyan's expression was filled with fear. These people are actually all Tier 2. How did this happen? Where did they come from? This one and I. Fear. A deep fear seeped into the demons' souls. With the addition of 50 electric mechs at the early stage of level 2, the demon army of Longsnake City had no power to fight back. They were defeated and suffered heavy casualties. Plus, hundreds of transport mechs fired their anti-aircraft guns. 10 minutes later, the war was over. The army of Longsnake City was annihilated. All the level 2 monsters, including Fan Luoyan, were killed by Jiang Li's mech army, leaving behind corpses all over the ground. The smell of blood was pungent. The monster civilians in the Green-scale city were dumbfounded. Some of the monster race's mental strength was not strong enough to withstand such a blow. They screamed and sat on the ground. Chapter 103 Walking on Flat Ground. Boon. 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 After taking care of the army of Longsnake City, Jiangli was free. All the mechs turned their guns and aimed at the monster civilians of Green-scale City. Anti-aircraft guns, machine guns, and other firearms began to fire wildly. Half an hour later, more than 90,000 demons were killed. Not a single one was left. Jiangli planned to keep some young monsters and sell them as monster slaves, but he didn't do that because thousands of monsters weren't worth much. Furthermore, Jiangli didn't have a channel to sell demonic slaves. So, the matter of selling demonic slaves could be discussed later. Soon after, let's go. Jiangli asked the mechs to put all the spoils they got from the Green-scale city onto the truck. Thousands of mechs also got on the truck. There were also thousands of walking corpse puppets. Let's head back to the Grand Shear City. Jiangli sat in the passenger seat of YS-01. 100 trucks drove out of the Green-scale city. Jiangli left the city with his harvest. Shuli sat in the front passenger seat of YS-02 with a curious look. He looked around and was obviously very curious about such a special creation. He didn't dare to ask. Stop. Wait. Jiangli suddenly shouted as soon as they left the Green-scale city. 100 trucks stopped. Prepare the anti-aircraft guns. Jiangli said. Catcher. Catcher. 100 trucks were lined up in a row, and above the front of the truck was an 88mm anti-aircraft gun. The front of the transport truck was similar to a miniature tank. The muzzles of the cannons turned and aimed at the Green-scale city. Fire. Stop. Jiangli shouted. Boon. 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 Hundreds of anti-aircraft guns fired at the same time, carrying out indiscriminate bombing. The cannonballs flew up into the sky and then fell into the Green-scale city. Dust spread, flames shot up into the sky, and the sounds of explosions shook the world. The tall buildings collapsed and the houses crumbled. All right, that's enough. You can stop now. The bombardment lasted for a few minutes. Okay. Jiangli nodded in satisfaction. The entire Green-scale city was almost in ruins. Nothing was left except for the ruins. More than 100,000 demon corpses were buried by the collapsed houses. Let's go back, he said. Retreat. Jiangli waved his hand and started to retreat. The transport truck drove at full speed on the rugged road and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye, leaving a cloud of dust in the air. Half an hour later, Hu City, Yicha City, and Mengshou City. The armies of the three great demon cities arrived one after another. The number of demon soldiers had reached 40,000, and when gathered together, it was a dense black mass that was filled with a sense of oppression. The Green-scale city no longer has buy-in. The commander of the demon army of Hu City, Hu Lengqian, was dumbfounded. He looked at the Green-scale city that had turned into ruins and felt a chill in his heart. This buy-in, Ma Yili, the commander of the demon army in Yia City, found it hard to accept. The Green-scale city was one of the 5 major demon cities in our Red Dragon County. How could it be gone just like that? Who is it? Who did this? Investigate. We must investigate this thoroughly. Also, Hu Li, the commander of the city of fierce beasts, shouted, such a big thing has happened. We must report to the Red Dragon Commander Prince immediately. We must make the enemy pay the price. It's either a human or a barbarian. Hu Lengqian said. General, look, there are very strange marks on this road. It looks like a carriage ran over it, but compared to the wheel marks of the carriage, these marks are much wider. The Goblin Scout discovered the tire marks of a truck on the ground. The direction of these marks is toward the Green Mountain Range. The Qingshan Mountain Range is the border between the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom and the Great Shen Dynasty. Ma Yili muttered to himself, in that case, the enemy that attacked the Green-scale city is the human race. Chase. Hu Li waved his hand and shouted, we might be able to catch up. Early in the morning, Jiang Li had already arrived at the border of the Red Dragon County. He looked up and saw the Green Mountains and 100 trucks driving into the forest. It was a level 2 low-grade skill. Treading on flat ground. Woo 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 woo. The transport truck glowed with a white light that covered the entire body of the truck. After the treading on flat ground skill was activated, no matter what terrain the truck was traveling on, it would be as if it was on flat ground. In other words, the mountain terrain wasn't a problem for transporting matches. Full speed march. In just an hour, Jiang Li crossed the entire Green Mountain range and returned to the Black Dragon County. With the speed of the truck, the beasts in the mountains could only follow behind. The next morning, Jiang Li returned to Great Xia City safely. 100 trucks drove over. People around the city gate watched from afar with curiosity and respect. What are these things? It's too strange. Is it a carriage? It doesn't look like it. It's even making rumbling sounds. Could it be a monster? The citizens of the Great Xia City were discussing in low voices. The transport truck stopped at the city gate. Hundreds of large military transport trucks were neatly arranged in a row, occupying more than half of the road. The residents stood on both sides of the road, not daring to approach. Everyone, get out of the car. Jiang Li got up from the passenger seat and opened the door of the transport truck with his right hand. Then he walked out. Yes. Thousands of mechs alighted from the car. Then, they stood in a neat formation. City Lord Jiang Li. The City Lord has returned. In that case, these strange carriages should be the work of the City Lord. What do you mean by should? It must be. Greetings to the City Lord. In the surroundings, all the residents saluted and shouted. Yes. Jiang Li responded with a smile. Quickly informed the county lord that the city lord has returned safely. A few constables quickly went to the county office to report. Move the things out of the car. Go. Jiang Li ordered. Yes. The mechs moved to move the goods from the trucks and placed them on the ground. There were boxes of gold, silver, precious materials, and spiritual herbs. Sci-fi. So many things. There are boxes of treasures. TSK, there are still so many spirit herbs. Are these all the spoils of war that the city lord seized? What did the city lord do this time? I didn't expect to have such a great harvest. He's really powerful. The citizens of the Great Xia City were all discussing this matter with reverence in their eyes. City Lord. At this moment, Hong Qianqi was the first to arrive. His left leg was still injured, so he was limping. You're back safely. This is a Kasaya. What? Hong Qianqi's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw Jiang Li's men carrying the loot. City Lord, did you? That's right. Xu Li's tone was full of admiration as he immediately said, the City Lord has turned the tide. In just one day, the Greenscale City has been conquered and all the wealth in the city has been plundered. These are the City Lord's spoils of war this time. The City Lord is truly too powerful. Gulp. Hong Qianqi swallowed his saliva in disbelief. What did I just hear? City Lord Jiang had actually taken down a monster city. Really? Did I hear wrong? I heard it too. No wonder the City Lord could obtain so many treasures. It turns out that he had taken down a city of the demon race. That's the wealth of an entire city. The City Lord is really amazing. The previous Castellan, Dugu Huangchen, didn't have such a skill. Don't mention Dugu Huangchen. He's a piece of trash who colluded with the monster race. If it wasn't for City Lord Jiang, our Great Xia City would have been massacred by the monster race. We would have died as well. The people of Great Xia City were talking in low voices. Their tone was full of respect for Jiang Li. 104 the Third Prince. A few minutes later, Xu Wei, Hu Dong, and the others all came to welcome Jiang Li back. Jiang Li. At this moment, Han Liki arrived at the city gate. He looked around and saw the spoils of war placed around the city gate. He was shocked. To tell the truth, he wasn't too surprised that Jiang Li could come back safely, but he didn't expect Jiang Li to really conquer the Greenscale City. Moreover, he had brought back so many spoils of war. He estimated these spoils of war were worth at least 1 billion taels of silver. It was not a small fortune. County Magistrate Han Jiang Li said with a smile. City Lord, may I have a word with you? Han Liki walked over and said to Jiang Li, I have a very important matter to discuss with you. Oh. Jiang Li raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, no problem, he said. Shu Wei, Hu Dong, sent someone to move all these things into the warehouse of the City Lord's mansion. There can't be any mistakes. Go. Jiang Li ordered. Yes, my lord. Shu Wei and Hu Dong immediately said. Please. Jiang Li said. Wen Gang and Shi01 followed Jiang Li closely to ensure his safety while the rest of the mechs went back to the mansion. The normal barracks had not been completed yet. As for the transport mechs, over 100 trucks drove into the Great Sheer City and stopped at the empty space beside the City Lord's mansion. Jiang Li and Han Liki entered the city together. The two of them arrived at the county government. City Lord Jiang, please sit. Han Liki raised his hand. County Lord Han, if you have anything to say, just say it. Jiang Li said after he sat down. City Lord Jiang, you should know that you are about to face a great disaster. Han Liki said in a low voice. I'm in trouble. How come I didn't know about it? Jiang Li smiled. I. Han Liki sighed and shook his head. He explained, to be honest, I do admire City Lord Jiang's strength and battle achievements. In one night, you have annihilated 5,000 monster soldiers of the Green Scale City, and even Qing Wenling died in your hands. Also, even the famous Long Snake Army and the snake-biting squad of the Red Dragon County were completely annihilated by you. When I first heard the news, my first reaction was disbelief. I didn't expect it to be true. I really admire you. And then, what does this have to do with my impending doom? Jiang Li asked. Let's put it this way. Han Liki pondered for a moment. The Red Eyebrows Fey Kingdom will investigate this matter very soon. By then, they will definitely use this as a reason and excuse to start a war with the Great Shen Dynasty and attack the Black Dragon County. Our Great Sheer City will definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Most importantly, I've already reported this information to the Imperial Court, but do you know how the Imperial Court responded? What do you mean? Jiang Li took his time. Give up on Jiang Li. Han Liki took a deep breath. Jiang Li, you've been abandoned by the Imperial Court. They don't plan to protect you. They even plan to push you to take the blame to calm the war that might happen next. That's because, for those in the Imperial Court, fighting the demons is a waste of manpower and money. In the end, it will only cost them their interests. As such, if the death of an insignificant person can end the war, why not? I'll take the blame. You're right. Jiang Li sneered. In the end, I'm just abandoned because I don't have any background in the Imperial Court. I have no one to help me. No matter how great my contributions were, even if I killed a general of the monster race, I was still easily abandoned. Han Liki was silent. Because that was the truth. However, County Lord Han, you are also a member of the Imperial Court of Dhn. Why are you telling me this? Jiang Li asked. Han Liki explained, I just don't want to see City Lord Jiang die like this. With City Lord Jiang's talent, it would be a pity if he died like this. In fact, I was going to advise you to leave as soon as possible. Leave the Black Dragon County, or even the Great Shen Dynasty. This world is vast and there are many human dynasties. The Great Shen Dynasty is just one of them. But I don't think it's necessary now. There's a better way. What is it? Jiang Li asked. I can contact the Third Prince for you. The Third Prince loves money as much as his life. He has a high position in the Great Shen Dynasty and controls a large number of troops. Han Liki said, when the time comes, you only need to offer the spoils of war you've collected from the Green Scale City to the Third Prince. The Third Prince will naturally think of a way to save your life. He will even send troops to guard the Black Dragon County. There's no need for that. I'm leaving. Jiang Li stood up and said, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Finished speaking, Jiangli turned around and left. City Lord Jiang, money is just a worldly possession. Don't risk your life for a little money. You must know that as long as you are alive, there is hope. Han Liki shouted. Thank you for your advice, County Lord Han. I will personally settle this matter. I'm fine, Jiangli replied indifferently. This Jiangli is a coward. Han Liki shook his head. I've really taken my good intentions for granted. I'm about to lose my life. What's the use of keeping that money? Personally settle it. What can he do to solve this? If a war were to break out, the Red Dragon County's army would be at least 100,000 demon soldiers. The Black Dragon County's military strength would not be able to stop them. The Great Sheer City would definitely fall. I also need to think of a way out for myself. Han Liki muttered. In reality, Han Liki was selfish. If Jiangli agreed to give all the wealth he got from Greenscale City to Chen Shishi, the third prince, Han Liki would get some benefits as the middleman. He might even be appreciated by the third prince. This way, with the third prince as his backing, it would be of great benefit to Han Liki's career. City Lord's mansion. When Jiangli came back, Hu Dong and Shu Wei had already sent people to move the loot to the warehouse of the City Lord's mansion. It wasn't until noon that everything was moved. He returned to his residence. Jiangli finally had time to sort out his gains and losses. Sure. The Dominator panel opened. The number of energy points had been reduced from 210,730 points to 53,355 points. Among them, it took 10,000 points to unlock the level 2 mechs, 100,000 points to build 100 transport mechs, and 50,000 points to build 500 electric mechs. In order to destroy the army of Longsnake City, Jiangli replenished a large amount of ammunition for the firearm mechs, shells for transporting the mechs, and repairing the mechs. He had spent 7,200 points. Other than that, Jiangli had lost 131 mechs in total in the attack of Greenscale City and the Battle of Longsnake City. He had recovered 9,825 energy points. Soul Tinder. There was 60 level 1 Soul Tinders and only 2 level 2 Soul Tinders. After annihilating the army of Longsnake City and the entire Greenscale City, Jiangli caught 56 level 1 Soul Tinders and 2 level 2 Soul Tinders. Fuse the first stage Soul Tinder. Fuse. Jiangli activated the Soul Tinder fusion function and fused all 60 level 1 Soul Tinders. Sure. Fusion failed. Fusion failed. Fusion successful. Out of the 6 fusions, only 2 were successful, which was a 1/3 success rate. Jiangli now had 4 level 2 Soul Tinders. Deploy the level 2 troops. Sure. An illusionary army interface popped up in front of him. Level 2 troops, electric mech, unlocked, transport mech, unlocked, mechanical artillery, 4/8 locked, tank mech, locked, mechanical ranger, locked. Unlocking the mechanical artillery requires 8 tier 2 Soul Tinders. I've collected 4 of them, and I'm still short of half. Jiangli murmured. Chapter 105 Spiritual Crystals. Currently, Jiangli had 1420 mechs. The number of Stage 2 troops. 100 transport mechs, 50 electric mechs, 1 combat mech Wengan, biochemical mech SH-01, sniper mech JJ-01, and hammer mech JC-01. Among them, the giant hammer mech JC-01 was upgraded from a level 1 elite troop and had 3 skills. It was the strongest among all the level 2 troops Jiangli had. The number of level 1 troops. 190 combat mechs, 190 cold weapon mechs, 680 firearm mechs, 200 biochemical mechs, and 6 information mechs. There were 1,100 walking corpse puppets. One had to know. This time, Jiangli sent out all his troops. There were 2,801 mechs in total, but only 1,420 returned. Other than the level 2 troops that were created, Jiangli lost 1,531 mechs in total. In terms of energy points, Jiangli lost nearly 100,000 points. Fortunately, the gains outweighed the losses. Not only did Jiangli activate the level 2 troop class, but he also seized a lot of resources and wealth. As long as he exchanged these resources and wealth for herbs through trading channels, Jiang Li would be able to get a lot of energy points and start another large-scale attack. In reality, Jiang Li was going to attack the Red Eyebrow Empire. He wanted to develop and expand his mech army. It required a large-scale war. Jiang Li wasn't afraid of the danger and war that might happen. He was even eager to try. The next day, in the morning, Hua Qian had returned from Pingding City. Of course, he had also completed the last transaction with the trade associations of Pingding City. He had sold all the remaining spiritual herbs and also purchased a portion of the ordinary herbs. In the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Jiang Li, Hua Qian rushed back to the Great Xia City without stopping. He went straight to the Castellan mansion to see Jiang Li. He was travel-worn and his clothes were covered in dust. "All right, thank you for your hard work." Jiang Li smiled. "City Lord, this is the list of transactions, please take a look." "Yes." Hua Qian took out the list and handed it to Jiang Li respectfully. "The carriages are waiting at the gate of the City Lord mansion." Wen Gang walked over, took the list from Hua Qian and handed it to Jiang Li. "Yes." "Okay." Jiang Li nodded, opened the list and read it carefully. He sold 2,000 lower-grade first-grade spiritual herbs. The price of each herb was lowered to 7,500 taels of silver, which was 15 million taels of silver. He sold 1,200 medium-grade first-grade spiritual herbs. The price of each herb was lowered to 17,000 taels of silver, and he sold them for 20 million and 40,000 taels of silver. He sold 750 superior class first-grade spiritual herbs. The price of each was lowered to 35,000 taels of silver, and he sold them for 2625000. In the end, the 350 superior grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs were sold for 24.5 million taels of silver. Each of them was only sold for 70,000 taels of silver, which was 10,000 taels lower than the normal price. In total, it was 85.79 million taels of silver. Finally, Hua Qian had purchased 45.79 million taels of silver worth of ordinary medicinal herbs, but the Chamber of Commerce in Pingding City had nearly doubled the price of ordinary medicinal herbs. In other words, in fact, 40 million taels of silver had only bought medicinal herbs worth 20 million taels of silver. City Lord, this subordinate was unable to obtain a higher profit and instead spent a higher price to buy these herbs. I have let down City Lord's expectations. Hua Qian knelt on the ground. "Please punish me, City Lord." "You may rise." Jiang Li waved his hand and said, "I can't blame you for this. You're a businessman. Of course, you'll put your interests first. They know you have a lot of spiritual herbs for sale and need ordinary herbs, so they'll lower the price of spiritual herbs and raise the price of ordinary herbs. It's already very good that you were able to purchase these herbs. Go to the contribution pavilion to get your reward." "Thank you, City Lord. This subordinate is extremely grateful for your magnanimity." Hua Qian saluted respectfully. "Go on." Jiang Li waved his hand. "This subordinate will take his leave." Hua Qianqi retreated. "Oh right, send people to move the things into the warehouse," Jiang Li said. "Yes." Hua Qian nodded. "I will do it immediately." At noon, Jiang Li went to the warehouse of the City Lord's mansion. All the common herbs that Hua Qian had purchased from Pingding City were neatly placed here. The door closed. The mechs were guarding the door. "Convert all the herbs into energy points," Jiang Li confirmed. Buzz. Immediately after, there was a large flash of white light in the warehouse, which was somewhat dazzling. "Sure. Conversion successful. You've received 256,645 energy points." The white light disappeared. All the medicinal ingredients had been transformed. Jiang Li also got a notification. He had obtained more than 200,000 energy points. The Dominator panel opened. The number of energy points increased from 53,355 points to 310,000 points. 310,000 energy points. I can make 310 mechs if I make all the level 2 mechs, Jiang Li said to himself. I can make more than 2,000 perfected stage matches. That's too little. Jiang Li shook his head and murmured, Red Dragon County can gather 100,000 troops, and the county prince of Red Dragon County, Red Dragon, whose strength is unknown. The military strength I have at the moment is not enough. Soon after, Jiang Li walked out of the warehouse of the Castellan mansion. In the afternoon, Xu Wei came. She had already organized the spoils of war that Jiang Li brought back from the Greenscale City and recorded them. City Lord. Xu Wei gave the list to Jiang Li. Yes. Jiang Li took the list and read it. When he was in the Greenscale City, Jiang Li had forced the monster race to divide the spirit herbs into different types. Among them, 130 million taels of silver, 10 million taels of gold, 100 lower spiritual crystals, 300 million taels of silver, weapons, equipment, and various materials. Jiang Li was dazzled. Lower spiritual crystals. What's this? Jiang Li's attention was attracted by the lower spiritual crystal. What's this? City Lord, don't you know about lower spiritual crystals? Xu Wei was stunned and explained, spirit crystals are treasures that contain pure heaven and earth energy. They are also a type of currency that is circulated in the upper levels of the continent. And it's a valuable item that's circulated among the 6 clans. Compared to silver and gold, the value of spiritual crystals is much, much higher. Generally speaking, only those whose cultivation has reached level 3 can use spirit crystals and use them as currency for transactions. Silver and gold are difficult to catch the eyes of those above level 3. One lower spiritual crystal can be exchanged for 1 million taels of gold, but 1 million taels of gold may not necessarily be able to be exchanged for one lower spiritual crystal. Because no one would be stupid enough to exchange spiritual crystals for silver and gold. Oh. Huh. Jiang Li was surprised. Now that you mention it, my biggest gain in the Greenscale City isn't the gold, silver, jewelry, or spirit herbs, but these 100 lower spiritual crystals. Yes, I am. Xu Wei nodded and said in a serious tone, also, City Lord, it's best not to leak the news about the spiritual crystals. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it will attract the greed of Stage 3 experts. Fortunately, the gang members who are transporting the goods don't know about the spiritual crystals. The news of the spiritual crystals shouldn't be leaked. Chapter 106, 1 million energy points. That's good. Okay. Jiang Li nodded and ordered, go and bring me all 100 lower spiritual crystals. All right, City Lord. Xu Wei nodded and left. A few minutes later, Xu Wei came back with a blue jade box in her hand. She walked to Jiang Li and put the box on the ground. Then, he opened it. City Lord, here are 100 lower spiritual crystals. Xu Wei said. Yes. Jiang Li looked over. Within the jade box, there were egg-sized diamond-shaped crystals which were grey and transparent. If one observed carefully, there seemed to be air flowing inside the crystals. Jiang Li asked Wen Gang to give him a lower spiritual crystal. These are the spirit crystals. Jiang Li played with it in his hand and didn't feel anything special. This was because Jiang Li's cultivation was too low. He was only at the early stage of level 1 and had just formed his internal force. He was still in the stage of opening the 12 main meridians, let alone connecting the heaven and earth bridge. There was more. The spiritual crystal did contain the energy of heaven and earth, but one needed to reach level 3 cultivation and connect the celestial bridge to sense the energy of heaven and earth in the spiritual crystal and use it to cultivate. It was for this reason that spiritual crystals were circulated above level 3. Spiritual crystals were not available for those below level 3. In reality, the human race, monster race, barbarian race, demon race, celestial race, and ghost race could all use spiritual crystals to cultivate, which was why spiritual crystals were regarded as equivalent by the 6 races. Sure. Discovered item that can be converted into energy points. Do you want to convert it? At this moment, a notification suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Li. Crystals can be converted into energy points. Xu Wei. Jiang Li raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect this. After calming down, he said, Xu Wei, there's one more thing I need you to do. Apart from the gold, silver, jewelry, weapons, and equipment, distribute them to the sect members and the city guards. Find a way to sell the rest. Yes, City Lord. Shu Wei nodded and left the hall. Convert. Spiritual crystal. Jiang Li immediately converted a lower spiritual crystal. Buzz. A white light flashed. The lower spiritual crystal in Jiang Li's hand disappeared. Conversion successful. Received 10,000 energy points. A notification appeared. 10,000 points. Jiang Li's pupils constricted, then he was overjoyed. He looked at the 99 lower spiritual crystals in the jade box in front of him. One lower spiritual crystal is 10,000 points, so 100 of them is 1,000,000 points. This is really a great profit. Spirit crystals are indeed worthy of being the currency circulating in the upper class of the continent. They contain heaven and earth energy. Compared to medicinal herbs, they are not even a little bit inferior. Convert, convert, convert all of them. Jiang Li walked to the jade box and put his hand on the spiritual crystals. He turned all 99 lower spiritual crystals into energy points. With a flash of white light, the spiritual crystals disappeared. The jade box had also become an empty box. Sure. Conversion successful. You've received 990,000 energy points. 1,310,000 energy points. Jiang Li opened the Dominator panel and looked at the energy points column. It jumped from 310,000 points to 1.31 million points. It changed from 6 figures to 7 figures. 1.31 million energy points are enough to make 1310 level 2 matches. I can make almost 10,000 perfected stage level 1 matches. It's still not enough. Jiang Li was happy, but when he thought about the 100,000 monsters in Red Dragon County, his joy disappeared. But it's still not enough. One had to know. That was 100,000 demon soldiers. A quantitative change was enough to cause a qualitative change. If they were to master some kind of military formation, the combat strength of the 100,000 demon soldiers would be raised to another level. Even if Jiang Li had more than 1,000 level 2 troops, he couldn't defeat 100,000 demon soldiers. Soon after. Let's go. Jiang Li left the city lord's mansion and came to an empty space outside the city. Sure. The Dominator panel opened. Make 300 transport matches and 300 electric matches. Jiang Li operated the Dominator panel and used 600,000 energy points to create 600 level 2 troops. Nearly half of the 1.31 million energy points had been consumed. Energy points came quickly, but they were used even faster. Sure. The illusion creation interface appeared. 2 illusionary figures appeared with the word X300 beside them. There were countless light spots filling up the surroundings and they were gradually solidifying. A minute later, 300 transport matches have been built. 300 electric matches have been built. Whoosh! Right in front. 300 large military transport trucks appeared out of thin air. Each truck was equipped with a mech driver and a mech gunner. The trucks occupied a large area of the open space. There were also 300 electric-powered matches. All of them appeared. Greetings, Chief Sovereign. The mech saluted Jiang Li. Yes. Yes, Jiang Li nodded. Come back to the city with me. The next day, Shu Wei, Huaqian, and Hu Dong went to Five Lake City, Qianshui City, and Hope City as Jiang Li told them to. They brought a lot of gold, silver, and spirit herbs. At the same time, in order to ensure the safety of the trade and the transportation of goods, Jiang Li equipped each team with 100 transport matches and 100 electric-powered matches. The matches he made yesterday were for this purpose. Each team brought an intel mech to keep in contact so that Jiang Li could know the specific situation and respond at all times. Even though, compared to the lower spiritual crystals, the amount of energy points converted from herbs was too low. However, it was too difficult to get lower spiritual crystals. Jiang Li only got 100 lower spiritual crystals after taking down a green-scale city. Furthermore, the Great Xia City didn't even have a single spiritual crystal. So, for now, the right thing to do was to find ways to get more medicinal herbs. City Lord's mansion. Buzz. Buzz. Jiangli was practicing the Thunder Chi skill. He was holding the blood refining bead in his hand and absorbing the pure blood energy in the blood refining bead. Not only that, Jiangli also took some precious spirit herbs to help with his cultivation. A day later, Jiangli finally accumulated enough internal strength and connected the first meridian, the Lum meridian of Han Taiyin. Internal strength gushed out of his danqian and circulated along the meridian. However, Jiangli's internal force was unstable because he had taken too many pills. Hence, Jiangli started to practice martial arts. He had consumed a bear strength pill to help him practice the violent bear paw and a thunder origin pill to help him practice the thunderous movement technique. 2 days later, even though the violent bear paw was still at the minor completion realm, he had finally successfully crossed the threshold of the thunderous movement technique. He could be considered to have grasped the martial arts of the thunderous movement technique. One had to know, Jiangli's talent in martial arts wasn't high. The most important reason why he was able to grasp the basics of the thunderous movement technique in 2 days was that he had consumed a large amount of resources. He had consumed the Thunder Origin pill, which was worth more than 1,000 taels of silver, as if it were candy. This was how he achieved such an effect. Only a martial arts genius could master a martial art in a day or two, even if it was just the beginning. Of course, if a martial arts genius had the help of medicinal pills, he would probably be able to learn the basics of the thunderous movement technique in half a day. However, the realm of martial arts, naturally, it would become more difficult the further one went. It was relatively easy to get started, but it was extremely difficult to achieve great success. Even if one's comprehension was not enough, they would not be able to reach perfection in their lifetime. Chapter 107 The Bait. 3 days. Jiangli had been practicing. She was the first to receive news from Shuwei that she had gone to Chanshui City. Shuwei directly went to find Luo Chanshui, the city lord of Chanshui City, to discuss the details of the deal. One had to know, Chanshui City was different from the other 4 cities of the Black Dragon County. Because of Luo Chanshui's high prestige, Luo Chanshui had absolute control over Chanshui City. In Chanshui City, there were no gangs, only Chanshui City's army. The county government was practically a decoration. So, after Shuwei closed the deal with Luo Chanshui, all the gold, silver, jewelry, equipment, weapons, and spirit herbs that she had brought with her were sold. Furthermore, the money earned from selling the herbs was also used to buy ordinary herbs. Almost all the ordinary herbs in Chanshui City had been purchased by Shuwei. The boxes of medicinal herbs were moved onto the trucks and filled them one after another. That night, Shuwei and the others began their return journey. Sister Chanshui, do you think Jiangli of the Great Xia City is crazy? You don't want any high-grade spirit herbs, weapons, or precious materials, and you actually came to us to buy some ordinary herbs. You've almost emptied the entire Chanshui City of ordinary herbs. On the city wall of Chanshui City, Luo Yulin and Luo Chanshui stood together, looking at Shuwei and her group leaving Chanshui City and watching the large military transport truck rumble away. Luo Yulin pouted, unable to understand. Even if you want to train an alchemist, you don't need so many ordinary herbs. Luo Yulin shrugged her shoulders. Yulin, I received news from the Imperial Court a few days ago. Luo Chanshui didn't continue Luo Yulin's words, but said, What news? Luo Yulin asked curiously. It's about Jiangli, the lord of the Great Xia City. Luo Chanshui's beautiful eyes flickered as she murmured, Jiangli sent troops to annihilate the monster army in Greenscale City a while ago. Even Qing Wenling died in his hands. Oh. Luo Yulin raised her pretty eyebrows. Jiangli killed Qing Wenling. That means he's quite capable. He's qualified to be the lord of a city. There's more to this. Jiangli, Luo Chanshui continued, the Serpent Army of Red Dragon County and the Serpent Man commander of the Serpent Army were also annihilated that night. Jiangli killed the snake. Jiangli killed the snake. Luo Yulin exclaimed in disbelief, Sister Chanshui, is this true? How can Jiangli kill the snake? You should know that snake biting is known as the strongest commander-in-chief in Red Dragon County. He's as famous as you, Sister Chan Shui. Of course, in my opinion, that snake is not worthy at all. He was just lucky and attacked a few cities of the barbarian race. Compared to Sister Chan Shui, he is far worse. He. Luo Chan Shui just smiled. However, even so, Jiangli just took control of Great Xia City and it suffered a great loss in the Qingshan Valley incident. How did he annihilate the one-line snake army? It's unbelievable. Luo Yulin still couldn't accept this fact. Yulin, don't underestimate the city lord of the Great Xia City. Let's talk about the team that escorted Shu Wei, Luo Chan Shui said slowly. If my senses are correct, everyone in this team has reached the early stage of level 2. There's also that special transport carriage. I don't understand it at all, but my instinct tells me that it's very dangerous. It's not just a transport carriage. No way, Yin Luo. Luo Yulin's mouth was wide open and she was a little shocked. It's a pity. Luo Chan Shui shook his head again. Sister Chan Shui, what are you feeling pity for? Luo Yulin asked. The snake-biting army and the one-line snake troop have been destroyed, and the governor of the Greenscale City, Qing Wenling, has been killed. For the Red-Browed Demon Kingdom, this is a huge loss of face. They will definitely find a way to take revenge. If everything goes as expected, Luo Chan Shui said, when Red Dragon County finds out what happened, they'll definitely send an army. But the Imperial Court chose to give up on Jiangli. In other words, the Imperial Court won't send any reinforcements and will only let the Great Xia City run its own course. How could they do this? Luo Yulin was stunned and immediately became angry. She clenched her fists and shouted, what Jiangli did was beneficial to the Great Qian dynasty, but is being treated so unfairly. How could the Imperial Court of Qian do such a thing? Sister Chan Shui, please think of a way to help Jiangli. No. Luo Chan Shui shook his head. In this situation, no one can save Jiangli unless the Great Qian dynasty sends reinforcements. Of course, Jiangli can run away, but the chances are slim. Then Jiangli is dead. Luo Yulin opened her mouth. Late at night. The Great Xia City. In the city lord's mansion. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion sounded. The giant hammer mech that was guarding the mansion smashed his hammer and collided with a figure in the air, creating a violent shockwave. Ah! The figure in the air was sent flying. A bang was heard. The walls of the courtyard had collapsed. Shua! 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 Instantly, the hidden mech rushed out and surrounded the figure who had sneaked into the city lord's mansion. Who is it? Jiangli was woken up and he immediately rushed out of his bedroom. Asterisk cough cough asterisk. The dust scattered. The half-demon red jackal and black knelt on the ground. Blood was flowing out of his mouth and his face was pale. He looked at the giant hammer mech with fear. City Lord Jiang, is this how you treat your guests? Jiangli. Hongluan raised her head and shouted when she saw Jiangli. So it's Elder Hongluan. Hongluan. Jiangli recognized Hongluan. You sneaked into the city lord mansion in a night suit at midnight. How can you be a guest with such an outfit? HMPH. HMPH. Hongluan snorted coldly and said, I'm here to inform you that the deal has been settled. We can sell you all the medicinal herbs we've hoarded. But you have to prepare enough money. Don't worry, money is a small matter. Let's go. A smile appeared on Jiangli's face. He waved his hand and the mech around Hongluan dispersed. The hammer mech also came back to Jiangli. That's true. Hongluan stood up and patted the dust off her body. She said with a smile, City Lord Jiang has conquered the Greenscale City not long ago. He has obtained the wealth of a monster city. Naturally, he is not short of money. However, City Lord Jiang's current situation is a little worrying. The Imperial Court of the Great Qian dynasty is corrupt and has no intention of sending troops over. The Commander Prince of Red Dragon County, Red Dragon, is vengeful and will definitely seek revenge. City Lord Jiang, you can't defeat the entire Red Dragon County with just the Great Xia City. I have an idea, Yi Mo said. Why don't you join the half-monster alliance? We'll let you escape. Although you can't be the Castellan anymore, it's good enough to keep your life. Your half-monster alliance is well informed. Jiang Li said. It's all right. Hongling returned a smile. I wonder what City Lord Jiang's decision is. Chapter 108 Greedy. Nothing. You don't have to worry about me. Instead of worrying about me, you might as well improve your living environment. All right, Jiang Li said indifferently. Tell me, where will the trade be held? City Lord Jiang, you really don't know how to appreciate a good person's heart. Oh, that's not right, you don't know how to appreciate a good half-monster's heart. We, the Half-Monster Alliance, are sincerely trying to help you. Why don't City Lord Jiang consider it again, Hong Wan said with a smile. He. Jiang Li just smiled. Sincere? Jiang Li didn't believe it at all. If there were no benefits, who would be kind enough to help you? Not to mention, it was a force and organization like the Half-Monster Alliance. The bait of a trap often looked exceptionally attractive. So, Jiang Li would never agree. He had his own plans. All right. Hongling shrugged. It seems that City Lord Jiang has no fate with our Half-Monster Alliance. The location of this transaction will be Qingshan Valley at midnight tomorrow. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Hongluan's figure leaped up with extreme agility. She jumped onto the roof and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye, leaving the City Lord's mansion. Qingshan Valley. I can't believe it. Jiang Li murmured. They set the trading location there. Qingshan Valley. After leaving the Great Xia City, Hongluan had directly come here. My lord, Jiang Li refused. Hongluan knelt on one knee, and in front of her stood a figure whose figure had blended into the darkness. Oh. The figure was surprised. He rejected it. Is he not afraid of death? In such a situation, he still refused our recruitment. Does he have another way? Then, is the deal still going on? Hongluan asked. Why not? The figure that had blended into the darkness said slowly, for our plan, one more Jiang Li won't make a difference. The plan has already been set up perfectly. All that's left is an opportunity. Winning Jiang Li over is just a chess piece that I've set up when I'm bored. Those ordinary herbs are useless to us, and if we want to carry out the plan we've made, we'll need a lot of money to support it. Yes, your subordinate understands. Hongling nodded. The Great Qian dynasty has existed for hundreds of years. The fate of the country is about to end. The figure slowly disappeared from the darkness. The next day, Xu Wei returned to the city safely. 100 transport trucks drove into the city. The truck was filled with boxes. City Lord. Xu Wei met Jiang Li in the main hall. Yes. Thank you. Jiang Li smiled. Thank you for your help. This is what your subordinate should do. Xu Wei immediately said. City Lord, please take a look at the transaction list. Xu Wei handed over the list. Yes. Jiang Li asked Wen Gang to take it and read it. The more he read, the more happy Jiang Li was. The deal in Qianshui City was more perfect than he had imagined. At the very least, Qianshui City didn't lower or increase the price. Jiang Li would pay whatever the original price was. This City Lord of Celestial Water City is not bad. Jiang Li said. Luo Qianshui, the Castellan of Qianshui City, has a very high reputation in the Black Dragon County. Ever since she took charge of Qianshui City, the barbarians of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom couldn't breathe under her pressure. Not only is his cultivation extremely high, Xu Wei said. He's powerful and can use troops like a god. Oh. Jiang Li was interested. Xu Wei, you've done a great job this time. Soon after, Jiang Li put down the list and said, I can't think of anything to reward you with. How about this? You can choose from the warehouse. There's an internal force cultivation method, martial arts techniques, elixirs, and anything you like. Thank you, City Lord. Xu Wei said happily. Such a reward was already very high, and Xu Wei was free to choose. Of course, Jiang Li didn't care about those things. On the other side, it was different from Shuwei completing the transaction in Chanshui City. Hudong, on the other hand, had been given a hard time in Five Lake City. It was a completely different treatment. The Chamber of Commerce in Five Lake City seemed to have received the news from Pingding City in advance. They knew that Jiangli needed ordinary herbs and even sold spirit herbs at a low price. Plus, Luo Yanping, the city lord of Five Lake City, received an order from the imperial court. He knew that Jiangli was destined to be abandoned by the imperial court. He didn't care about a city lord who was about to die. The most important thing was, Hudong had brought too many things with him and they were all of high value. This caused Luo Yanping's greed to rise. Although it was not good to rob them openly, he allowed the Chamber of Commerce of Five Lake City to raise the price. 1,000 taels. The price of a low-grade first-grade spirit herb is 1,000 taels in Five Lake City. It's up to you whether you want to sell it or not. Yes, yes. The price of a 10-year-old common medicinal herb is 200 taels. Are you buying or not? If you're not buying, then hurry up and leave. Hudong had visited all the chambers of commerce in Five Lake City, but the prices they offered were each more ruthless than the last. There was no room for negotiation, and this made Hudong's face turn ashen. This is too much, this is simply too much. Hudong clenched his fists in anger. One had to know. An inferior-grade first-grade spirit herb was usually priced at 10,000 taels of silver. However, in Five Lake City, the price was actually lowered to 1,000 taels of silver. There were also ordinary medicinal herbs. It had doubled. XX-03, the intel mech that came with Hudong, immediately contacted XX-01 and reported the situation to Jiangli. Five Lake City is good. Humph. Jiangli snorted. Tell Hudong to come back. 1,000 taels for an inferior class level 1 spiritual herb. How daring. He's not afraid of choking to death. Yes. XX-03 nodded in response. After that, XX-03 conveyed Jiangli's order to Hudong. At noon, Hudong and the others left Five Lake City. Hundreds of trucks drove out. City Lord, Hudong and the others have left the city. Five Lake City Lord's manor. A soldier came to report the situation. Oh. How many spirit herbs and gold, silver, and jewelries did they sell? Luo Yanping asked. City Lord, when Hudong and the others first entered the city, those chambers of commerce did not understand this situation and bought some spirit herbs and jewelry at the normal price. After all the chambers of commerce raised the price, Hudong did not sell anything else. The soldier replied. That means that Hudong has left with those treasures. What? Luo Yanping's eyes widened. Damn it, I shouldn't have lowered the price so much. I thought Jiangli was in urgent need of ordinary herbs, but he's not buying or selling. City Lord. At this moment, Luo Yanping's military advisor, Wu Di, walked over and thought of a vicious plan. He smiled and said, Have you forgotten? Ever since the Black Dragon King died, the Black Dragon County has become more and more chaotic. There are always bandits blocking the road and robbing people. It's a long journey from Five Lake City to Great Xia City. Do you think Hudong and the others will be robbed by bandits? That makes sense. Luo Yanping's eyes lit up. If Hudong is robbed by bandits, it naturally has nothing to do with our Five Lake City. Yes, yes. Wu Di nodded repeatedly. Immediately, Luo Yanping sent out the Five Lake City army and disguised themselves as mountain bandits. Led by Wu Di and the deputy commander He Liping, they attempted to stop Hudong and his group. Chapter 109. You went for wool and came home shorn. However, with the speed of the transport truck, it was not something that the Five Lakes army could catch up to. When Wu Di and the others left the city, they could not see Hudong and the others at all. In the end, they could only follow the tire marks left by the truck. Not only that, the army of Five Lakes City hadn't caught up with Hudong yet, but they were detected by Jiangli's mechs. Hence, XX-03 immediately contacted XX-01 and reported to Jiangli. The pursuers. Jiangli thought for a moment and said, Find a place that's easy to defend and hard to attack. Set up a battle line and figure out the number of people chasing us. If you can take them down, kill them all and figure out who they are. If there are too many pursuers and we can't take them all down, retreat at full speed and return to the Great Shear City. Yes. XX-03 nodded in response. Half an hour later, Hudong and the others occupied a relatively flat hill. Hundreds of transport trucks were lined up, and the 88mm anti-aircraft guns turned around and aimed ahead. 100 early-stage Level 2 electric mechs were lying in ambush on the road. An hour later, Wu Di and Yu Liping's Five Lakes City army appeared in their field of vision. XX-03 and XX-01 maintained communications and transmitted the scene. "Let's go," Jiang Li commanded from a distance. Although the communication screen of the perfected stage information mech wasn't comprehensive enough, he could only capture one shot. But it could still be used. After all, it was a small-scale battle. Bandits. Jiang Li looked at the pursuers on the screen. There were about 2,000 people in the pursuers group. Although they were dressed in shabby clothes and were not uniform, they looked like mountain bandits. But he took a closer look. These people were in neat rows and they were well-trained and disciplined. They were clearly not ordinary bandits, but more like a well-trained army. The bandits did not have such good discipline. We finally caught up. Wu Di saw the transport trucks lined up on the mountain in front of him and a smile appeared on his face. "Commander He, it's all up to you now. These special carriages are quite fast. We've been chasing them for so long." "Don't worry, military counselor." He Liping laughed. "The other party only has 200 people. We have 2,000. With me, it will be easy to take them down." "Haha, you're right. I was too worried." Wu Di nodded. "Then let's not wait anymore. Let's attack and kill Hudong and the others to avoid any hidden dangers." "All right." He Liping lowered the long spear from the back of his horse and pointed the tip of the spear at the mountain in front of him. He led the charge on his horse and shouted, "Brothers, follow me and kill. Kill. Charge." The next moment, 2,000 soldiers followed behind He Liping and charged at full speed. As they swarmed, their battle cries shook the sky and their momentum was like a rainbow. "Fire the cannons. Go," Jiang Li ordered. Boom. 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 The cannoneers of the mechs loaded the shells and the hundreds of anti-aircraft guns fired at the same time. There was a series of explosions and fire lit up at the muzzles. The artillery shells shot through the air in a parabola and landed among the enemy forces. Rumble. The sound of an explosion rang out. A total of 100 cannonballs exploded in the midst of the crowd, causing flames to soar into the sky, dust to fill the air, rocks to fly, and shrapnel to fly in all directions. It was too powerful. Ah! Instantly, a shrill scream rang out. The charging soldiers were killed in the explosion and the casualties were heavy. In just one round of explosions, close to 1,000 soldiers had died and many were injured. How could the soldiers of Five Lakes City withstand the power of the anti-aircraft cannon? "What is this?" Wu Di was dumbfounded. His face was pale and his legs and stomach were spinning. What weapon is this? How can he be so brutal? Damn it. He Liping was also stunned. After so many soldiers died, his eyes turned red and his killing intent rose. He quickly reacted and knew that it was the special carriages. He immediately charged forward, trying to rush up the mountain and destroy those special carriages. Kill. Shua. 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 100 electric mechs rushed out of the ambush and entered the battlefield. Their arms were wrapped in electric arcs and they used electric control. Fut. 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 The electric-powered mech was unstoppable. Every time it attacked, it would kill a soldier of the Five Lakes Army. It was merciless and invincible. Attribute inner force. Wu Di was completely flustered and terrified. These people are all Stage 2 martial artists who have cultivated an elemental internal force, and all of them are of the lightning element. 100 Stage 2 warriors. How is that possible? How can Jiang Li have such a powerful team? He Liping's pupils contracted. Boon. He Liping had the cultivation of the middle stage of level 2, and the military killing intent spread all over his body. He was fighting against 9 electric mechs, and it was hard to tell who was winning. In the end, He Liping destroyed 2 electric mechs but used up all his internal force. His head was crushed by the electric mechs and his headless body fell down. With He Liping's death, the 5 Lake City army was completely defeated. The 2,000 soldiers were all killed. Wu Di had been captured. He was tied up. Tell me, who sent you? Hu Dong came forward to question Wu Di. Lord Hu Dong, who you, this is all Luo Yinping's idea. It has nothing to do with me. It's all because he was greedy and wanted to take your spirit herbs and money. That's why he sent us to disguise ourselves as bandits and chase after you. Wu Di knew that he couldn't hide it. He wasn't a tough person who could endure torture. He immediately cried out with snot and tears, I said we can't do this. We are all humans and a part of the Black Dragon County. How can we do such a disgraceful thing? But Luo Yanping just won't listen. He's already been blinded by greed. My lord, I was forced. Please spare my life. Obviously. Wu Di was pushing all the blame onto Luo Yanping. It was clearly a vicious scheme he had come up with. It's actually 5 Lake City. Hu Dong was also stunned. He did not expect this. It's fine that you guys are raising the price like crazy. Since it's a deal, it's about mutual consent. If you raise the price, then I won't sell it. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious and ruthless. You even sent troops to disguise as mountain bandits to stop us. You're really unworthy of being a human. Hu Dong shouted angrily. 5 Lake City is good. Luo Yanping, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Jiangli learned the whole story through XX03. His eyes were cold and murderous. Hence. Let's go. Jiangli sent out Sniper Mech JJ01, Intel Mech XX0, and Transport Mech YS01 to 5 Lake City as fast as possible. He would try to get rid of Yanping today. As for Wu Di, Jiangli wouldn't let him go. He asked Hu Dong to kill Wu Di. Chapter 110 Revenge. YS01 carried JJ01 and XX05. The transport truck was running at full speed. It activated its skill and arrived at 5 Lake City by noon. 5 Lake City. The area of the city was not small. It was built in the middle of the 5 lakes. The 5 lakes were connected to each other and formed something similar to a moat. It was easy to defend but hard to attack. After arriving outside of 5 Lake City, JJ01 surveyed the surrounding terrain and then came to a mountain peak a few thousand meters away from 5 Lake City. Immediately, he set up the sniper rifle and aimed the muzzle at 5 Lake City. He crouched down and activated his eagle eye and gunfighting technique at the same time. Search for the target. The YS01 stopped at the foot of the mountain. XX05 was standing next to JJ01 and communicating with XX01. Jiangli could command from afar through XX05 so he could keep an eye on the situation. It was like a live broadcast. In the City Lord's manor of 5 Lake City. Judging from the time, Wu Di and He Liping should be back soon. Luo Yanping stood up and walked out of his bedroom in the City Lord's manor. I have to think carefully about what I should do to obtain such a large amount of wealth out of thin air. Well, first of all, I have to contribute a sum to the second prince to strengthen my friendship with him. The rest can be used to buy some pills for cultivation. The army's equipment also needs to be changed. Haha, Jiangli is a good man. He's dying, but he gave me such a fortune before he died. He's a good man. Ha 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 ha. Luo Yanping laughed out loud. He was in an extremely good mood. Target locked. Catcher. Outside 5 Lake City. On a hill thousands of meters away. As soon as Luo Yanping came out of the bedroom, JJ01 immediately locked onto him. The energy bullet clip had already been changed and the safety had been opened. Kill him. Jiangli said. Yes. Bang. Bang. JJ-01 pulled the trigger and a platinum energy bullet shot through the air, creating a loud sound. It pierced through the air and formed a vortex-shaped air wave. JJ-01's entire body trembled. The powerful recoil force caused his body to move back by a centimeter. Bang! The next moment, in the City Lord's manor of Five Lakes City, Luo Yangping raised his head and saw the energy bomb flying through the air. His eyes widened and his face was filled with shock and horror. He instinctively activated his protective dipper energy. The white gold energy bullet, which contained terrifying kinetic energy and metal energy, easily pierced through Luo Yangping's protective stellar energy and blew up his head. It was like a watermelon being crushed by a car's wheel. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, splattering all over the ground. There was a loud boom. Even the fake mountain behind Luo Yangping was smashed into pieces, exploding into pieces. One shot to death. Compared to the Black Dragon, Luo Yangping's strength and reaction speed were far too inferior. Black Dragon had even blocked a few of JJ-01's attacks, and his instinct had warned him of the danger. As for Luo Yangping, JJ-01 shot him in the head. Kill him. The target has been killed. Mission complete. JJ-01 quickly kept his gun and stood up. Well done. Okay. Jiang Li nodded with satisfaction. Come back. Yes. JJ-01 nodded and went down the mountain with XX-05. They got on the truck with YS-01. YS-01 went full throttle and activated its treading on flat ground skill. They returned to the city at full speed. At this moment, in Five Lakes City, the huge commotion in the City Lord's mansion attracted the guards. They immediately rushed into the mansion to check, but they saw Luo Yangping's headless body in the courtyard. The City Lord is dead. The City Lord has been assassinated. Something big has happened. The assassination of the City Lord was a huge matter. Five Lakes City fell into chaos. Fortunately, Zhuo Linyu, the County Lord of Five Lakes City, stepped in and temporarily stabilized the chaotic situation in Five Lakes City. He then sent people to investigate the cause of Luo Yangping's death and the murderer. However, JJ-01 had sniped Luo Yangping on a hill thousands of meters away. No matter how hard Zhuo Linyu investigated, he couldn't find anything. It had become an unsolved case. This situation is very similar to when the regional king, Kai Heilun, was killed. That is to say, the murderer might be from the same force and has a special assassination technique. Zhuo Linyu noticed something unusual. The information we have is still too little. Zhuo Linyu shook his head in regret. On the same day, the news of the assassination of Luo Yangping, the City Lord of Five Lakes City, had also reached Qianshui City and Hope City. When Luo Qianshui and Guo Yu received the specific news, they were somewhat surprised. Luo Yangping had actually been assassinated. At the same time, they were trying to guess who the murderer was. Furthermore, the sudden appearance of such a powerful assassination force in the Black Dragon County had worried them. Hope City. Although Huaqian was not as successful as Shuwei in Moon City, it was much better than Hudong's situation. Although they were suppressed by the Chamber of Commerce in Moon City, it was not as terrifying as in Five Lakes City. City Lord, Huaqian has sold nearly 100 million taels of silver worth of spirit herbs, gold, silver, and jewelry in our Hope City. There are also pills and weapons, but it seems that they are not sold out yet. Guo Yi's subordinate, Long Jingzi, reported. Oh no. Guo Yi waved his hand. You don't have to worry about this. City Lord, this is a huge fortune. If we can take him down, it'll definitely strengthen our army in Hope City, Long Jingzi said. Besides, with Jiang Li's situation, we don't have to worry about revenge at all. Shut up. Guo Yi turned around, his eyes cold. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Get lost. Guo Yi snorted coldly. This subordinate of you will take his leave. Long Jingzi's tone was slightly panicked as he quickly left. Jiang Li. Guo Yi placed his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. With your current situation, you will definitely die without the Imperial Court's reinforcements. According to the information I've gathered, you've sent people to Chanshui City, Five Lake City, and Hope City. Then, you've sold a large amount of gold, silver, jewelry, spirit herbs, medicinal pills, and weapon materials. Then, I spent all the money I earned from the sales on ordinary medicinal herbs. I guess you have used up all the wealth you have plundered from the Greenscale City. I really don't know what you are planning to do with such a large amount of wealth. Since you want to trade in Hope City, I won't hit you when you're down. I also want to see what you'll do if you can survive this. In the evening, JJ01 and the others had safely returned to the Great Shia City. Hudong and the others also left. City Lord, I failed to complete your task. Please punish me. Hudong knelt down and said, "Get up first." "No." Jiangli waved his hand. "It's not your fault. I just didn't expect Luo Yangping, the City Lord of Five Lake City, to be so greedy. City Lord, although I was unable to sell anything because the Chamber of Commerce had lowered the price too much, I still managed to sell some items when I first arrived in Five Lake City. I also bought quite a number of ordinary medicinal herbs. This is the detailed list of transactions, please take a look," said Hudong. "Let me see." "Okay." Jiangli nodded, took the list, and read it. Chapter 111 Trade. Millimeter, very good. You've done well. You can go down and receive your reward. Let's go. Jiangli waved his hand after he finished reading the list. "Thank you, City Lord." Hudong said gratefully. Soon after, Jiangli left the main hall of the City Lord's mansion and went to the place where the herbs were stored. He was prepared to convert all these herbs into energy points. One had to know. In Chanshui City, Shuwei had sold a total of 2,500 low-grade Tier 1 spirit herbs, 1,800 medium-grade Tier 1 spirit herbs, 1,000 high-grade Tier 1 spirit herbs, and 340 top-grade Tier 1 spirit herbs. He received 128.2 million silver taels. The gold, silver, and jewelry were sold for 100 million taels. Weapons, equipment, and pill materials were sold for a total of 1,200 taels. In other words, Shuwei completed a huge transaction of 348.2 million taels of silver in Chanshui City, using 348.2 million taels of silver to buy ordinary medicinal herbs. Finally, he had only spent 203,000 taels after looting all the ordinary medicinal herbs in Chanshui City, leaving him with 118,200,000 taels. Five Lake City. Due to Luo Yinping's greed and crazily raising the price, Hudong only managed to sell 500 inferior-grade spirit herbs, 300 medium-grade spirit herbs, 200 superior-grade spirit herbs, and 50 superior-grade spirit herbs. He received 23 million taels of silver. The gold, silver, and jewelry were sold for 2,000 taels. Weapons, equipment, and pill materials were sold for a total of 3,000 taels. Hudong had completed a transaction of 73 million taels of silver in Five Lake City. All of the 73 million taels of silver had been used to purchase ordinary medicinal herbs, leaving nothing behind. However, he still had 1,900 lower-grade Tier 1 spirit herbs, 1,500 medium-grade Tier 1 spirit herbs, 800 upper-grade Tier 1 spirit herbs, and 290 superior-grade Tier 1 spirit herbs. Gold, silver, jewelry, weapons, equipment, pills, and other materials were abundant. It was worth close to 200 million. Convert all the herbs into energy points. Jiangli put his hand on the herbs in front of him, operated the Dominator panel, and started the conversion. Buzz. Immediately, a large area of white light flickered, which was quite dazzling. The white light disappeared. Even all the medicinal herbs had disappeared. Sure. Conversion successful. You've received 303,000 energy points. A notification appeared. 3,030,000. Jiangli took a deep breath and was overjoyed. He clenched his fists and opened the Dominator panel. In the energy points column, the number of energy points had soared from 710,800 to 374,080 points, reaching more than 3.73 million. In order to get rid of the pursuers from Five Lake City, they had used up a lot of cannonballs to transport the match. Some electric matches had been damaged, and it had cost them 200 energy points to replenish the cannonballs and repair them. However, he wasted 2 electric-powered matches and recovered 1,000 energy points. With these energy points, I can produce more than 3,000 level 2 matches or 20,000 perfected level 1 matches. After Jiang Li calculated, he murmured to himself, with these troops, I can be considered to have the ability to fight against Red Dragon County to a certain extent. Also, there's an even bigger deal tonight. Jiang Li took a deep breath. Half Monster Alliance, I hope you don't let me down. The more herbs you have, the better. Only then can I become stronger. Create 752 electric-powered matches. Jiang Li controlled the Dominator panel and created level 2 units, which cost him 752,000 energy points. Sure. The virtual manufacturing interface appeared. Next to the illusionary human figure was the word X752, and countless light spots filled the illusionary human figure. A minute later, 752 electric matches have been completed. A notification appeared. Whoosh! In the open space ahead, 752 electric matches appeared. They were of the same height and looked to be in their 20s. They were wearing camouflage military uniforms, and all of them were Sergeant First Class. He took a closer look. Each electric mech had electric arcs flashing in their eyes. Greetings, Chief Sovereign. The 752 electric match saluted Jiang Li at the same time. All right, he said. Jiang Li smiled. Late at night, Jiang Li took 1,000 electric matches, 100 transport matches, hammer matches, JJ01, Wangan, Shi01, and XX01 and set off. All the matches got on the transport trucks. Jiang Li was sitting in the passenger seat of YS01. YS01 was in the middle of the train. At around 10 o'clock at night, Jiang Li arrived at Qingshan Valley in advance. Stop, he said. Jiang Li shouted. The transport truck stopped outside Qingshan Valley and Jiang Li got off. The giant hammer mech immediately jumped off the YS01 truck and stood beside Jiang Li. The mech got off the mech and stood in an orderly formation. Hong Luan, I've already arrived. Why aren't you all showing yourselves? Jiang Li looked around. His vision was clear under the bright moonlight, but he didn't see any members of the Half-Monster Alliance or Hong Luan. Rustling. Suddenly, he heard some movement. In less than half a minute, a young man with black cat ears and tail walked out of the woods and stopped in front of Jiang Li. City Lord Jiang. Thank you. The young man with cat ears bowed to Jiang Li. Please follow me. Elder Hong Luan and the others have been waiting in Qingshan Valley for a long time. Lead the way. Okay. Jiang Li nodded. Please, he said. The cat-eared young man raised his hand and led the way. Jiang Li followed. At the same time, thousands of mechs followed Jiang Li closely. This Wufu, City Lord Jiang, they are Wufu. The cat-eared young man was stunned. They are all my subordinates. I'm fine, Jiang Li said calmly. You need to keep me safe. All right, he said. The cat-eared young man laughed bitterly and didn't dare to say anything. A few minutes later, Jiang Li entered Qingshan Valley and saw Hong Luan and the huge carriages behind her. The carriages were filled with things covered with grey cloth. If he didn't guess wrong, the things in the carriage must be the herbs Jiang Li wanted. City Lord Jiang, you've come earlier than I expected. Hong Luan walked over with a smile and greeted Jiang Li. Oh, and he brought so many people. He doesn't trust us. You can't say that. It's just that I've always been concerned about my own safety, Jiang Li said. He. Hong Ling merely smiled. Enough with the chit-chat. At this moment, another elder of the Half-Monster Alliance, Yi Kuei, walked over. He had a thin face, was 2 meters tall, and was as tall as a bamboo pole. He was wearing a long black robe and had a black crocodile tail behind him. Jiang Li, we've brought the herbs. Have you prepared your money? Yi Kuei asked. Don't worry. Jiang Li smiled. I won't give you any less, but I want to see your herbs. I'll have to check them before I trade. Of course, there's no problem with our medicinal herbs. Ikue snorted coldly. I'm afraid you can't take out that much money. Chapter 112, 10 million gold. He. Jiangli smiled calmly, waved his hand, and said, Wengang, show the elder of the half-monster alliance what's on the first truck. Yes. Wengang nodded respectfully and walked to the back. Rumble. In less than half a minute, the military transport truck YS-01 slowly drove in from the outside of Qingshan Valley. There was a burst of engine roar and a faint white light on the body of the vehicle. It was obvious that he had activated the treading on flat ground skill. What kind of carriage is this? It doesn't seem like we need animal power to pull the carriage. Could it be the mechanism technique? Or the puppet technique? In the surroundings, the members of the Half-Monster Alliance looked at the military transport truck with curiosity in their eyes. They were talking in low voices. Wengang stood behind the truck, grabbed a corner of the black canvas covering the truck, and pulled it off. Sure. Instantly, under the moonlight, the whole truck was filled with gold. The 10 million taels of gold from the Green Scale City were all loaded into this truck. One had to know. 1 tael of gold was equivalent to 100 taels of silver. 10 million gold was equivalent to 1 billion silver. F*CK. So much gold. This light is too dazzling. He's so rich. Gulp. The half-monsters of the Half-Monster Alliance were dumbfounded. They felt as if their eyes were going to be blinded by the golden light. They all widened their eyes and swallowed. Do you still doubt my purchasing power? Jiangli smiled. Ahun. Ikue coughed softly to hide the embarrassed expression on his face. He then revealed a kind smile and said, City Lord Jiang is indeed a straightforward person. I knew it. How could City Lord Jiang not have enough money? Ha, I'm thinking too much. I hope City Lord Jiang can forgive me. He. Okay. Jiangli smiled but didn't say anything. All right, stop talking. Take out your herbs. I've checked the goods. I'll buy as many as you have. Well said. Ikue waved his hand, turned around and shouted to his subordinates, Did you all hear that? Hurry up and remove these rags and let our respected City Lord Jiang have a look at our medicinal herbs. Move faster. Yes, Elder Ikue. Hurry up. Immediately. The canvases on the large carriages had been lifted, revealing wooden boxes filled with medicinal herbs. There were so many that it was difficult to count them. It could be said that, when he saw Jiangli take out 10 million taels of gold, Ikue's attitude changed completely. His tone and expression were full of kindness and flattery. One had to know. Ikue was an elder of the Half-Monster Alliance branch in the Wuzu Plain. He was in charge of the sales of spirit herbs and other matters. It was easier to find sales channels for graded spirit herbs. But ordinary medicinal herbs were different. Although there were a lot of ordinary herbs, they were equivalent to graded spirit herbs. The difference was not small. This caused Ikue to hoard a large number of ordinary herbs and could not sell them. Of course, this was also because Ikue had stocked up too much at once. Now, it wasn't easy to find someone who was willing to buy ordinary herbs, and he didn't have a limited amount. He was even a super rich man. Naturally, Ikue had to treat Jiangli like his ancestor. In the end, the rich are the masters. City Lord Jiang, we have a total of 100,000 10-year-old medicinal herbs, 20-year-old medicinal herbs, 30-year-old medicinal herbs, 60,000 30-year-old medicinal herbs, 40,000 50-year-old medicinal herbs, 30,000 60-year-old medicinal herbs, 20,000 70-year-old medicinal herbs, 10,000 80-year-old medicinal herbs, and 5,000 90-year-old medicinal herbs. Ikue explained to Jiangli in detail. Of course, if City Lord Jiang doesn't believe me, you can send someone to check it carefully. However, there are too many herbs, so it might take a lot of time. I, Ikue, have always been honest in my business. I will never go back on my word. I will do whatever I say. These herbs will only be more and not less. City Lord Jiang, you can rest assured and trade. There's no rush. Let me take a look first. I'm fine. Jiangli waved his hand and walked to the big carriage of the half-monster alliance. He put his hand on the box with the herbs and a notification appeared. Obviously. According to the notification on the Dominator panel, Jiangli could figure out how many energy points he could convert and how many herbs there were in the carriage. Yes, no problem. Jiangli touched each carriage and confirmed that the number of herbs was correct, and it was more than what Ikuei said. These herbs are a little too little. I'm sorry. Jiangli smiled and said in a teasing tone, I thought the half-monster alliance had a lot of herbs. That's why I specially brought 10 million taels of gold, but I didn't expect that there would only be 120 million taels of silver for these medicinal herbs. I've only spent 1/10 of the 10 million taels of gold. What a disappointment. No, Jiangli shook his head and glanced at Ikuei provocatively. This buy-in. Ikuei was stunned for a moment and his face turned red. One had to know. Ikuei said that Jiangli didn't have enough money, but Jiangli drove a truck of gold over and stuffed it into his mouth. Now it was Jiangli's turn to mock Ikuei for not having enough herbs. Ikuei could not refute. This was because he had only brought so many medicinal herbs. At this moment, Hongling laughed and said, City Lord Jiang, we only brought a portion of the medicinal herbs. If City Lord Jiang still wishes to trade, how about we decide on a time and place next time? In reality, Hongluan suggested that Ikuei bring out all the common herbs, but Ikuei didn't believe it. He thought Jiangli couldn't eat so many herbs. So, Ikuei had only brought about a quarter of the herbs. In the end, he had been slapped in the face. Jiangli pouted and said in disbelief, this is just your excuse, right? If you don't have medicinal herbs, just say you don't have medicinal herbs. This city lord won't say anything. There's really no need to pretend to be strong. Take me for example. I've never done such a thing. I'll just say what I have. It's only 10 million taels of gold. It's just a worldly possession. You... Ikuei glared at Jiangli and turned to Hongling. Hongling shrugged. It's none of my business. You dug a hole for yourself. City Lord Jiang. Ikuei couldn't take it anymore. Besides, if he could sell all the common herbs in the warehouse, it would be a credit to Ikuei. I can get my men to send all the medicinal herbs here as soon as possible. If you're willing to wait, they'll be here by this morning. When the time comes, you'll know whether our half-monster alliance is pretending to be strong or not. Sure. I'll wait. Jiangli smiled. I'll be waiting. At this moment. Stop. Wen Gang's figure flickered and disappeared on the spot. He blocked the way of a middle-aged man. What's going on? Jiangli frowned. Rolling, what are you doing? Ikuei and Hongluan also chided. Rolling's clothes and hair were messy. He had a pair of bat ears, touched the back of his head, and said with a smile, City Lord Jiang, I'm just curious about these carriages and want to take a closer look. Jiangli's eyes were indifferent. City Lord Jiang, please forgive me. Elder Rolling has studied the mechanical and puppetry techniques, but he only has a superficial understanding and hasn't received the true inheritance. That's why he couldn't help but want to study these mechanical carriages after seeing them, Ikuei explained. Mechanical techniques, puppet techniques. Jiangli murmured to himself and smiled. It's just a small matter. Besides, Elder Roland didn't touch my carriage. City Lord Jiang, can you allow me to observe closely? Luo Lin walked to Jiangli with anticipation. The giant hammer mech immediately stepped forward and stared at Luo Lin in case he attacked. He. I can't. Jiangli smiled and said, no. Rolling's expression of anticipation froze on his face. If you dare to come any closer, I guarantee you won't live to see the sun tomorrow. Jiangli added. Rolling shut his mouth and backed off unwillingly. However, his eyes were fixed on the transport truck and could not move away. Such a work, such mechanical skills. It's too perfect. It's simply too perfect. Rolling muttered in a low voice that only he could hear. While waiting. Time always passed very slowly. City Lord Jiang, there's still a long time before the next batch of medicinal herbs will arrive. Why don't we complete this transaction first? Ikuei asked. That's good. Okay. Jiangli nodded. Finally, Jiangli paid 126.5 million taels of silver, which was 1.265 million taels of gold in total. One hand for the money, one hand for the goods. Put it on the truck. Let's go. Jiangli waved his hand and asked the electric mech to move the herbs from the half-monster alliance's carriage to the large military transport truck. At the same time, Ikuei also sent his men to carry the gold. 1,265,000 gold taels filled a large carriage of the half-monster alliance. However, the medicinal herbs took up even more space. Jiangli had to call another 10 transport trucks and they drove in from outside the valley. They were filled with 10 large military transport trucks before they could load all the herbs. Time passed. Around dawn, the sun had just risen and a wisp of morning sunlight scattered down from the horizon. Ikuei's men were in a hurry and finally transported all the medicinal herbs they had hoarded. The long line of large carriages almost filled the entire Qingshan Valley. City Lord Jian, take a look. How is it? Are these herbs enough? Ikuei patted the goods on the carriage at the front of the team and raised his eyebrows. He said with a slightly proud tone, "We are not lying, are we?" "It's all right." Jiangli shrugged. "I can't spend the rest of my gold anyway." "You're so silly." Ikuei couldn't help but roll his eyes. He thought to himself, can't you have a good chat? So what if you have money? If you have the guts, don't just buy ordinary medicinal herbs. If you buy high-grade spirit herbs, your 10 million taels of gold might not be enough for you to spend. Chapter 113 8-figure number. The amount of herbs that Ikuei's men sent this time was about 3 times that of the previous deal. Jiangli confirmed the number of herbs through the conversion function on the Dominator panel and agreed to the deal. Jiangli paid 380 million taels of silver, which was 3.8 million taels of gold. In addition to the amount of the previous transaction, Jiangli spent 5,065,000 taels of gold on the deal with the Half-Monster Alliance. He had used more than half of the 10 million taels of gold. The transaction was completed. Both sides had achieved their goals and were happy. They all had smiles on their faces. Elder Ikuei, if you have any more ordinary herbs, you can continue to contact me. Jiangli said with a smile. No problem, no problem. Ikuei nodded with a smile on his face. After buying all these herbs, it had solved one of Ikuei's worries. The power of the Half-Monster Alliance is not something City Lord Jian can imagine. They are just ordinary herbs. If City Lord Jian really wants them, I promise you that I will bring more next time. As long as City Lord Jian is able to eat it. Don't worry. Money isn't a problem. Jiangli smiled. It's not a big deal. By the way, when is the next transaction? Jiangli asked. Well, about this. Ikuei paused for a moment. Let's talk about it when the time comes. City Lord Jiang is in quite a bit of trouble now. It won't be too late to discuss the deal after City Lord Jiang has settled his own problem. That's good. Jiangli nodded and didn't say anything else. It was obvious. Ikuei thought that Jiangli's chance of survival was too slim under the Red Dragon County's demon army's revenge. The next deal would definitely be impossible. There was no need to waste time. All the herbs filled the 40 transport trucks. Jiangli sat in the passenger seat of the YS-01 truck. The electric match also got in. The truck fleet left Qingshan Valley. If it wasn't for what happened in the Greenscale City, this Jiangli would be a good trading partner. He only wants ordinary herbs and there's no limit to the amount. Ikuei looked at where Jiangli left and murmured, it's a pity. Elder Ikuei, don't you think it's suspicious that Jiangli only wants ordinary herbs? Why did he only want ordinary herbs? There must be a secret behind this. Besides, those hundreds of mechanical carriages are definitely not simple, Rowling said as he walked over. Also, from the information we've gathered about Jiangli, we suspect that he has mastered the ancient, secret puppet technique. Many of his men have made powerful puppets. It's because of these powerful puppets that Jiangli was able to destroy the Greenscale City, annihilate the One-Line Snake Army, and even kill the Ouroboros clan. And the reason why he only wants ordinary medicinal herbs, could it be that it has a great connection with the secret puppetry technique that was passed down from the ancient times? I think it's very suspicious. And then Hong Ling glanced at Rowling. What do you want to do? Attack Jiang Li? Don't say that I didn't warn you. Jiang Li is very afraid of death. He's protected by powerful warriors all the time. You won't have a chance. Furthermore, I've never heard of the puppetry being related to medicinal ingredients. Only alchemists and alchemists are able to be related to medicinal ingredients. Rowling, I think you're interested in Jiang Li's mechanical carriage. You want to study it, right? Kuei laughed and said, all right, stop thinking about it. You don't stand a chance. Besides, we have more important things to do. The Alliance leader has already given the highest order. We will use the Red Dragon County's demon army's attack on Black Dragon County as an opportunity to launch the plan. The battle for the dragon of the nation. This is the most important thing. Everything else has to be put aside. TSK, you guys are so boring. Rowling said unhappily. On the other side. Stop the car. On his way back to the city, Jiang Li made sure that no one was around and stopped the truck. He got out of the truck and put his hand on the wooden box on the truck. He started the conversion function and converted the herbs he got this time. Convert energy points. Jiang Li operated the Dominator panel. Buzz. A white light flashed. A truck full of herbs had been converted into energy points. Conversion successful. You've received 126,500 energy points. A notification appeared. The herbs in a truck could be converted into 126,500 energy points. Jiang Li had filled up 40 trucks this time. Convert. 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 Jiang Li walked over and converted all the herbs on the trucks into energy points. An illusionary pop-up window appeared in front of him. Conversion successful. You've received 126,500 energy points. Conversion successful. You've received 126,500 energy points. A few minutes later, after all the herbs on the 40 trucks were converted, Jiang Li gained 506,000 energy points in total. The Dominator panel opened. In the energy points column, the number of energy points had increased from 298,880 to 804,880. More than 8 million energy points. It was close to 10 million. This was an exaggerated number. Furthermore, I'm done. Jiang Li just received a message from Hua Qian. He had completed his mission in Hope City. Although the Chamber of Commerce in Moon City had lowered the price, causing some losses in the transaction, the price was still very low. But Hua Qian sold all the spirit herbs, gold, silver, jewelry, weapons, and equipment. He also used the money he earned to buy ordinary herbs. Although the Chamber of Commerce in Moon City had raised the price of ordinary medicinal herbs by half, the price of ordinary medicinal herbs was still very high. No matter what, Hua Qian's mission was considered complete. He was currently bringing the medicinal herbs he had purchased back to the Great Xia City. He estimated that he would be able to return to the Great Xia City by tonight. At that time, Jiang Li would have a lot of energy points in his account. The number of energy points might exceed 10 million. Let's go back to the city. Let's go. Jiang Li threw away all the wooden boxes on the trucks and burned them all. The 100 trucks drove at full speed and used the skill to return to the city as fast as they could. At noon, Jiang Li returned to the Great Xia City. In the evening, Hua Qian came back from Hope City safely and went to the governor's mansion to see Jiang Li. He reported what he had seen and heard in Hope City and the details of the deal. Finally, he gave the list of transactions to Jiang Li. Yes. Good job. Not as good as Shuai, but much better than Hudon. You've sold all the spirit herbs, gold, silver, jewelry, weapons, equipment, materials, and pills I gave you. Although it's 30% lower than the normal price. You can go to Shuai to get your reward. I'll pay you. Jiang Li waved his hand. I'll pay you 1,000 points. Thank you, City Lord. Thank you. Hua Qian was overjoyed. He bowed to Jiang Li and left the hall. On the list of transactions, it recorded every transaction in detail. Hua Qian had sold a total of 2,000 lower-grade Tier 1 spirit herbs, 1,800 medium-grade Tier 1 spirit herbs, 1,000 upper-grade Tier 1 spirit herbs, and 340 superior-grade Tier 1 spirit herbs. This was because the price had been lowered by 30%. Thus, he only received 86.24 million silver taels. The gold, silver, and jewelry were sold for 70 million taels. The weapons, equipment, and spirit herbs were sold for a total of 84 million taels. In other words, Hua Qian had completed a transaction of 240.2 million taels of silver in Hope City. All of the 240.2 million taels of silver had been used to purchase ordinary medicinal herbs, and it had all been spent. However, the Chamber of Commerce in Hope City had increased the price of ordinary medicinal herbs by nearly 50%. So, although Hua Qian had spent 240.2 million taels of silver on the surface, in reality, he had only bought ordinary medicinal herbs that were worth around 200 million under normal prices. According to a normal transaction, Jiang Li did suffer a loss. However, according to the energy point conversion function of the super mechanical army, Jiang Li made a profit. If he converted spiritual herbs into energy points, it would be 100 times worse. The herbs that Hua Qian brought back from Hope City were still on the transport truck and had not entered the city. At night, Jiang Li left the city lord's mansion and went outside the city. City Lord. City Lord. At the city gate, Master Jiang, the city guards quickly saluted Jiang Li when they saw him. Yes. Okay. Jiang Li nodded. Soon after. Let's go. Jiang Li got on the transport truck YS0101 and sat in the passenger seat. He ordered the transport mech with the herbs to leave with the truck. Stop the car. Jiang Li came to an open space outside the city. After making sure there was no one around, he stopped the truck and got off the truck. He started to convert the herbs on the truck into energy points. The herbs that Hua Qian had purchased in Hope City filled up 20 trucks. Convert energy points. Jiang Li put his right hand on the wooden box on the truck and started the energy point conversion function. Buzz. A white light flashed. All the medicinal ingredients were transformed and disappeared. Conversion successful. You've received 110,000 energy points. A notification appeared. Convert. 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 Jiang Li finished converting all the herbs on the 20 trucks. Conversion successful. You've received 110,000 energy points. Conversion successful. You've received 110,000 energy points. It had been converted 20 times. He had obtained a total of 220,000 energy points. I've obtained another 2.2 million energy points. Jiang Li was all smiles. Sure. The Dominator panel opened. In the energy points column, the number of energy points increased from 804,8800 to 102,48,800. Just over 10 million. Jiang Li looked at the 8-digit number of energy points and felt a sense of achievement. The sense of danger and pressure disappeared. More than 10 million energy points. This was a terrifying number. If we send out all the level 2 troops, we can send out 10,000 troops. An army of 10,000 mechs as powerful as early-stage level 2 martial artists, fearless and loyal, Jiang Li thought. It can be said that he is invincible. 100,000 demon soldiers. Even if there's a difference of 10 times in number, the level 2 troop type can still crush them in terms of quality. If I can unlock the mechanical artillery, it will be a very terrifying weapon on the battlefield. If there are thousands of mechanical artilleries, no matter how many demon soldiers there are, they will all die in one round of bombardment. 100,000 demon soldiers is indeed a lot. With the power of the mechanical artilleries, level 1 demon soldiers can't even withstand a few rounds of bombardment, let alone those below level 1. Of course, Jiang Li didn't make any match because he didn't know the formation of the monster army in Red Dragon County. Besides, the firearm mechs were also powerful weapons. He could increase the number of firearm mechs. The transformation of the biomech into walking corpses can also increase our forces. The combat mechs and the cold weapon mechs had their own functions. It was a powerful army. It was extremely wrong to have only one type of army, as it was easy for the enemy to find its fatal flaws. Only by developing in all aspects could they become more powerful and invulnerable. Chapter 114: The Initial Confrontation. The next day. In the morning, Jiang Li had just finished practicing and his face was covered in sweat. He took the clean towel Du Xiaohua gave him and wiped the sweat off his face. XX01 walked into the courtyard. Chief Sovereign XX06, which is stationed in the Qingshan Mountains, has sent an important message. XX01 said. Yes. Okay. Jiang Li nodded. Little Flower, you can leave first. Thank you. Jiang Li gave the towel to Du Xiaohua. Yes, City Lord. Du Xiaohua nodded obediently. After taking the towel, she quickly walked away. XX01, establish communication. Go. Jiang Li ordered. Yes. XX01 nodded. Buzz. Very quickly. The communication was connected. A communication projection screen appeared before his eyes. Chief Sovereign. In the image, XX06 saluted Jiang Li. Yes. Yes. Jiang Li nodded. What's the situation? My lord, a minute ago, more than 30,000 monsters entered the Green Mountains and their military flags were from the Red Dragon County. XX06 replied. 30,000 demon soldiers. Jiang Li thought, didn't they say that there were 100,000 demon soldiers in Red Dragon County? What did 30,000 mean? The vanguards we sent. XX06, keep a close eye on the movements of this demon army and report to me at all times. Since it's the Red Dragon County army, whether it's the vanguard or some other purpose. Let's deal with them first. Yes. XX06 nodded. Boom. Suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Be careful. In the image, Jiang Li clearly saw a figure covered in blue flames rise into the air and fly like a bird of fire. It threw out a blue spear. Whoosh! The blue spear was wrapped in blue flames like a fire snake. It was as fast as lightning and crossed a distance of nearly 1,000 meters. Thump! XX06 turned around but was unable to dodge. The blue spear pierced through his chest and burned with blue flames, covering his entire body. The damage level was rising rapidly. Boom! XX06 was scrapped. The communication screen was cut off. At the end of the scene, it's coming. Jiang Li saw the flaming bird approaching. In the thick blue flames, he could only see a pair of cold blue eyes. It made people shudder. Master, we've lost contact with XX06. XX01 said. Oh no. Jiang Li took a deep breath and looked serious. Obviously, Jiang Li didn't expect such a change. He had not expected this. XX06 had actually been discovered by the Red Dragon County Army. Furthermore, the Red Dragon County clearly had aerial troops. That figure that was like a flaming bird was even more powerful. He was definitely at the Great Circle of Stage 2. Aerial troops. Jiang Li calmed down. The anti-aircraft guns are used to transport mechs. I guess I need to increase the number of mechs. Perhaps there are other troops that I don't know of in the demon army of Red Dragon County. I must be more careful. The monster army in Red Dragon County cannot be underestimated. Green Mountain Range. Where's the corpse? The blue flames flew over, but they could not find XX06's body. Even if it's a puppet, there should be remains. Why is there nothing? General. Sure. Sure. The two adjutants of Blue Flame were also birdmen with wings on their backs. The feathers were green. Let's go back. The enemy has been dealt with. Lan Yang waved his hand. Yes. The two adjutants nodded. The vanguard of Red Dragon County. General Lan. The commander of the vanguard was the city lord of Long Snake City, Red Long Snake. He smiled and asked, "Did you capture the enemy?" "He's already dead." "But we didn't find his body," Lan Yang said. "It's strange. This Jiang Li is very strange. We should be careful. After all, even the Ouroboros died in his hands. What are you afraid of?" Beast City's city lord Bai Shou Yi had a burly body. He had a tiger head and a human body. He was nearly 3 meters tall and was wearing full body armor, revealing only his facial features. "This time, we've gathered the elites of 4 cities. Taking down a mere Great Sheer City will be a piece of cake. He's just a human, Jiang Li. I can kill him with one slap." He. The city lord of Hu City, Hu Qianling, chuckled and said, "Castellan Ji, Qing Wenling is just as blindly arrogant as you. Not only did he lose his life, but he also destroyed Greenscale City. I advise you to be more careful." The governor of Nightwish City, Bet Yemin, nodded in agreement. "Besides, the Red Dragon Commander Prince has ordered us to be the vanguard to find out the enemy's actual situation. He also ordered us to surround the enemy and not attack. I'm afraid that things are not as simple as we think," Lan Yang said in a low voice. The Great Sheer City. The monsters of Red Dragon County were already marching towards the Great Sheer City. Jiang Li wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. He already knew the number of enemies. So, let's go. Jiang Li started to attack. First, he started to create level 1 troops. Produce 2,325 iron matches, 2,810 combat matches, 2,810 cold weapon matches, and 2,800 biochemical matches. The Dominator panel opened. Jiang Li used 107,400 energy points to build 10,740 level 1 matches. Sure. The virtual manufacturing interface appeared. There were 4 illusionary human figures with numbers X2320, X2810, X2810, X2800 beside them. Buzz. Countless light spots filled the illusionary figure and gradually solidified. 1 minute passed. Creation complete. A notification appeared. Whoosh. After that, 10,740 level 1 matches appeared in front of Jiang Li. The 10,000 matches occupied the empty space in front of them and divided into 4 teams. They lined up neatly. "Greetings, Chief Sovereign." The 10,000 matches saluted at the same time. "Yes." Jiang Li looked up and nodded in satisfaction. "Upgrade 10740 matches." "Sure." It took 140 energy points to upgrade an early stage mech to perfected stage level 1. Jiang Li spent 150,360 energy points to upgrade all 10740 matches to perfected stage level 1. More than 10,000 matches were shining. A few seconds later, all of them had been promoted. They were fully equipped. They were all promoted to sergeant. As a result, among the level 1 troop classes that Jiang Li had, there were 3,000 combat matches, 3,000 cold weapon matches, 3,000 firearm matches, and 3,000 biochemical matches. There were 12,000 level 1 matches in total. All of them were at the perfected stage of level 1. Make 1,000 electric-powered matches, 1,600 transport matches. Jiang Li used 260 energy points to build 2,600 level 2 units. Sure. The virtual manufacturing interface popped up. 1 minute passed. Creation complete. A notification appeared. Buzz. 1,000 electric-powered matches and 1,600 transport matches appeared out of thin air and occupied a large area. "Greetings, Chief Sovereign." The level 2 mech faced Jiang Li. "Yes." "Okay." Jiang Li nodded. Upgrade 100 electric-powered matches and 100 transport matches. Finally, Jiang Li needed 14,000 points to upgrade 2 matches from early stage to perfected stage level 2. 200,000 points. Sure. Sure. The electric-powered matches with serial numbers DN01 to DN0100 and the transport matches with serial numbers YS01 to YS0100. The 200 level 2 matches had several flashes of light. All of them had been promoted. Troop type, transport mech. Rank Grand Completion of Rank 2. No, YS01. Skill, Tier 2 Exquisite as if walking on flat ground. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirements, 1 Level 3 Soul Tinder, 10,000 energy points. Troop type, electric-powered mech. Rank Grand Completion of Rank 2. No. DN01. Skill, Level 2 Ultimate Electric Energy Control. Equipment, Tier 2 Lightning Arc Gloves. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirements, 1 Level 3 Soul Tinder, 10,000 energy points. Jiangli checked the information after the upgrade. Transport matches. After the upgrade, the appearance did not change much. The original 88mm anti-aircraft gun had become a 130mm anti-aircraft gun. The truck was still camouflaged and the size had not changed. But the transport truck had been equipped with simple space-folding technology. On the surface, the size of the transport truck did not change, but its capacity had increased by several times. Early stage Type 2 could only carry 40 people, mid-stage Type 2 could carry 80, late-stage Type 2 could carry 160, and peak-stage Type 2 could carry 320. With every increase in level, the truck's space would double. His rank was promoted from sergeant to first lieutenant. Electric-powered mech. After the promotion, his appearance had not changed much, but the electric light in his eyes had become more obvious. He was also equipped with a standard weapon that could increase the power of electric energy. Like the combat mech, it was also a type of glove. His rank was promoted from sergeant to first lieutenant. In reality, the reason why Jiangli used a lot of energy points to upgrade 100 match to the perfected stage of level 2 was to deal with the possibility of level 3. Jiangli didn't have a level 3 troop class yet. So, Jiangli could only win with numbers. If they encountered a stage 3 expert, they could mobilize hundreds of perfected stage 2 match to attack them. Even if they couldn't kill the opponent, they could at least stop them. Of course, it would be even better if there were no tier 3 experts. He would not lose anything anyway. Sure. The Dominator panel opened. After the end of the rampage, Jiangli's energy points dropped from 10248800 to 3237875. XX06 recovered 75 energy points after it was destroyed. This time, the army was in chaos. Jiangli used up 701,1000 energy points. Half an hour later. Let's go. Jiangli gathered all the matches. 2,000 electric matches, 2,000 transport matches, 3,000 combat matches, 3,000 cold weapon matches, 3,000 firearm matches, and 3,000 biochemical matches. 5 intel matches. There were 1,200 walking corpse puppets. JC01, CQ01, GJS01, Wengan, SH01, JJ01, GD01. The total number of soldiers was 17211. Rumble. At the entrance of the Great Shear City, 2,000 transport trucks were lined up in a neat formation and more than 10,000 match formed an army. They marched in unison with a murderous aura. It was extremely powerful. In the surroundings, the citizens of the Great Shear City looked on, their eyes filled with reverence. All troops, get on the car and get ready to set off. Let's go. Jiangli waved his hand and shouted. Chapter 115. The battle begins. Of the 2,000 transport matches, 100 of them had reached the perfected stage of level 2, which was enough to transport 10,800 matches. Jiangli's army only had 17,211 soldiers. It was more than enough. In reality, the reason Jiangli created 2,000 transport matches was to deal with the air force of Red Dragon County. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent so many soldiers. The most important thing was, Jiangli also heard that after reaching level 3, because of the Heaven and Earth Bridge, they could control the Heaven and Earth spiritual chi to a certain extent and could fly. At that time, the function of the anti-aircraft guns used to transport the mechs would be greatly improved. What's going on? After Hanliki heard the news from the bailiffs, he hurriedly ran out of the county armon. Then, he saw a strong army in front of him. They were neatly organized with clear discipline, and the air of military evil was coming. Shocking. Henrique's face was filled with shock. Where did Jiang Li find so many experienced soldiers? Henrique was dumbfounded and said in shock, "There are so many of them. There are at least 20,000 of them. Unbelievable. This is simply unbelievable. City Lord is amazing. He managed to recruit so many power soldiers without making a sound." Hu Dong's tone was reverent. "At first, I was worried about whether the Great Xia City could be protected," Wen Pingyuan said. "Now that we have nearly 20,000 power soldiers, it shouldn't be difficult to defend a city." "That's right." Wu Zong nodded. "If the City Lord can protect the Great Xia City from the demon army of Red Dragon County, everyone will be shocked. By then, the Imperial Court of Dhn will definitely regret it." Xu Wei said. "Let's go." The Mech got into the car one after another. Jiang Li also sat in the passenger seat of YS-01. Boom. The transport truck started up. "What?" Henrique was stunned. "City Lord Jiang, what are you doing?" "Exterminate the demon." Jiang Li didn't even turn his head. He just replied to Henrique. "Exterminate the monsters." Henrique was a little dumbfounded. After he reacted, he shouted, "City Lord Jiang, are you crazy? Do you want to rely on your army of less than 20,000 to fight against the 100,000 demon soldiers of Red Dragon County? It's impossible to succeed. City Lord Jiang, don't be stupid. In the current situation, you can only rely on these 20,000 power soldiers to defend the city. Only then can you protect the Great Xia City from the attack of the demon army of Red Dragon County." Hu Dong and the others were also dumbfounded. The City Lord is actually going to take the initiative to attack. It can't be. Wen Pingyuan's eyes widened. Will this work? Gulp. Wu Zong swallowed his saliva. Xu Wei and Peng Kuei fell silent. At the same time, the spies from Five Lakes City, Qianshui City, Hope City, and Black Dragon County sent the news to the Great Xia City with the fastest speed. The Imperial Court of Dhn had also received the news. Jiang Li is really bold. Zhuo Linyu, the County Lord of Five Lakes City, received the news from the scout. His attributed internal force surged out and shattered the letter into pieces. 20,000 strong soldiers against 100,000 demon soldiers. Ha, are you looking for death? However, Yin Luo. Zhuo Linyu thought for a while and asked, where did Jiang Li find 20,000 power soldiers? There was a rumor that Jiang Li seemed to have mastered the puppetry technique passed down from ancient times, and all his men are puppet soldiers. Is the ancient puppetry really so magical? If that's the case, Jiang Li really can't die. At least, he can't die before he hands over the ancient puppet technique. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Guo Yu laughed when he heard the news. This Jiang Li is crazy. He's taking the initiative to attack. Is he going to fight to the death? Good, good, good. I'd like to see how far you can go. Celestial Water City. Big Sister Qianshui. Luo Yilin quickly rushed into the City Lord's mansion and shouted, "There's news from the Great Xia City again. They said that Jiang Li has recruited nearly 20,000 power soldiers and is going to attack." Oh. Luo Qianshui walked out and took the letter from Luo Yilin. After reading it, he said softly, Jiang Li actually took the initiative to attack in this situation. However, the Commander Prince of Red Dragon County, Red Dragon, seems to be held back by something. He can't split his hands for the time being, so he only sent 30,000 soldiers. 20,000 power soldiers against 30,000 vanguard troops. There should be a fight. Jiang Li did this, Luo Qianshui said. Did he already know? Sister Qianshui, what should we do? Should we send troops to help? Luo Yilin asked. Celestial Water City is too far away from the Great Xia City. It's across the entire Black Dragon County. Even if we send troops there, we won't be able to make it in time. Moreover, if the defense of Celestial Water City is empty, the barbarians will definitely attack once they get the news. Luo Qianshui shook his head. At this moment, the vanguard army of the monster race led by the Red Snake had already passed through the Green Mountains and reached the territory of the Black Dragon County. They passed by a human village. Haha, we are lucky to have encountered a human village. Erlang brothers, follow me and kill our way in. Koei Shoyu laughed out loud, waved his hand, and led his army into this human village. Kill. The demon soldiers' battle cries rang out. Half an hour later, the entire human village was massacred. Hundreds of human beings, men, women, old and young, had all become food for the monster tamer's subordinates, leaving behind blood and bones on the ground. The scene was tragic. The demon vanguard. The army marched on. As long as they passed by a human village, they would definitely slaughter the entire village, completely treating the humans as food. They were very skilled in doing so. On the other side, because XX06 was destroyed, Jiangli couldn't get accurate information about the vanguard of the monster race, nor could he confirm where they were. However, according to the normal route, the demon army would definitely pass through the Rocky Mountain area. The transport trucks moved at full speed. In the afternoon, soon, Jiangli arrived near Rock Village. Suddenly, Jiangli heard the screams of humans from the Rock Village ahead. Ha 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 ha. Run. Hurry up and run. If you can run away, I'll let you go. KKKKK. The demons laughed. Demon race. Stop. Jiangli's pupils constricted. Stop the car. The 2,000 transport trucks quickly came to a stop. Get out of the car, form a battle line, and prepare for battle. Jiangli got off YS-01. The giant hammer mech and Wengang quickly walked over and stood beside him. Ta-ta-ta-da. The sound of concentrated footsteps rang out. The cold weapon mechs, combat mechs, biochemical mechs, and firearm mechs formed an army. They took out their weapons and were ready to fight. Catcher! Catcher! The firearm mech opened the safety of the gun. Rumble! The cannoneers started to adjust the cannons. Hegemon, there are demon soldiers in the air. At this moment, JJ-01 suddenly shouted. Where are you? What? Jiangli shouted. That way. JJ-01 pointed at the sky. Jiangli looked over. What came into view was a monster with wings on its back. It was wearing light leather armor, had green feathers, and a bird head. And not just one or two. There were at least 10 of them, forming a small patrol train. Human. It's the human army. Quickly report to the general. Sure. Jiangli. The monsters saw Jiangli and immediately flew to the vanguard. I've been discovered. Kill them all. Jiangli's face darkened and he shouted, kill them all. Yes. Catcher. Bang. Bang. JJ-01 raised his gun and fired. The sniper bullet tore through the air and headshot a Birdman demon soldier with one shot. One shot, one demon soldier. It was a 100% accuracy. Whoosh. 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 The archers and mechs shot continuously, killing the Birdman demon soldiers one after another. Boon. Boon. The cannon gunner adjusted the angle of the cannon and fired a powerful cannonball into the sky. The cannonball exploded in the air and killed many Birdman demon soldiers. There are enemies. Hurry up. Prepare for battle. At the first moment, the Red Snake heard the commotion and immediately reacted. It organized the demon army and gave up on chasing the villagers of Rock Village. It raised its head and looked at the blue flames in the air. Where are the enemies? The Red Snake asked. Southeast. Lan Yen looked over. His body was burning with blue flames and he held a spear in his hand. His eyes were cold. The enemy has nearly 20,000 people and they even have air-to-air mains. Nearly 100 of my soldiers died. Can you identify which army it is from the Great Genlord dynasty? The Red Snake asked. Lan Yen took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, if I'm not wrong, Jiangli is the commander of this human army. He is our target. Jiangli. Red Snake's pupils contracted. Where did he get 20,000 power soldiers? Didn't they say that the Great Shear City was lacking in military strength? Even if he had mastered the ancient puppetry, how could he have created so many puppet soldiers in such a short time? What are you afraid of? Humph. By Shoyi snorted coldly and said disdainfully, there are more than 30,000 demon soldiers in our vanguard. Moreover, they are made up of elite demon soldiers from various cities. Since Jiangli came to me, isn't it better? Don't forget that the Serpent Army and the Ouroboros clan were annihilated by Jiangli. The Serpent Army also has the Ouroboros formation. Bat Knight Jiu shouted. My ferocious beast army has also mastered the battle formation. Beast Tamer Yi arrogantly said. Attention, the enemy is quickly approaching. Lan Yang shouted. Prepare for battle. Hu Qinling's eyes narrowed as she shouted. All troops, attack. Jiangli waved his hand. Close to 10,000 combat mechs, cold weapon mechs, biochemical mechs, and electric mechs charged towards the direction of Rock Village. The firearm mechs and the transport mech followed. The walking corpse puppet rushed to the front as a meat shield. Bang! Suddenly, there was a clear explosion. JJ-01 stood at a high point and activated his eagle eye and gunfighting skills at the same time, locking onto the blue flame in the air. The platinum-colored energy bullet tore through the air, breaking through the sound barrier and formed a vortex-like airflow. It covered a distance of 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye, shooting toward the blue flames. Blue flame spear. Lan Yang's pupils contracted as he sensed danger. He immediately activated his bloodline power and a blue one appeared behind him. It was like a peacock, spreading its wings and burning with flames. The blue flames gathered and fused with the spear in his hand. The long spear struck. Thump. The energy bomb and the long spear collided, creating a huge explosion. Waves of air swept out and the blue flames exploded, shattering the energy bomb. Chapter 116 Crushing. Whoosh. After the aftershock dissipated, the blue flame was safe and sound. He had blocked JJ-01's snipe without any injuries. One had to know. They were both at the perfected stage of Tier 2. Back then, when it was hit by JJ-01's energy bomb, even the Black Dragon was unable to block it without being injured, but the blue flames did. It could be seen from this. The strength of the blue flames was indeed extraordinary. Even if they were on the same level, the different grades of the internal martial arts that one cultivated and the different realms of the martial arts that one mastered would all affect the strength of one's combat power. At the same cultivation level, the combat power of those who had mastered the realm of perfection would obviously be stronger than those who had mastered the realm of great completion. I found you. Sure. Lan Yang raised his head. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's eyes. They flickered with blue flames and were extremely cold. He stared at JJ-01, who was standing on the high ground. Die. Whoosh. Lan Yang raised his hand. The blue flames gathered and formed a flame spear. Then, it was thrown out and cut through the void, drawing a blue stream of light in the air. It was extremely gorgeous. Bang. Bang. JJ-01 raised his gun and fired. The energy bullet pierced through the air. Boom. The two sides collided in the air and exploded at the same time. Kill. In the air, thousands of demon soldiers in the air charged at Jiangli's troops. They were holding longbows and carrying a large number of arrows on their backs. Not only that, he drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow that he shot out burned with green flames and possessed extremely strong destructive power. Fut. 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 A large number of walking puppets at the front were shot and killed. Fire the cannons. Boom. 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 Let's go. Jiangli stared at the birdmen and monsters in the air coldly. He waved his hand and ordered the transport mechs to adjust the angle of the anti-aircraft guns. The shells were loaded. In an instant, thousands of anti-aircraft guns fired at the same time. Thousands of cannonballs shot into the sky, enveloping thousands of demon soldiers in the air. They exploded in the air like fireworks, dazzling, but containing the danger of death. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and there were countless deaths and injuries. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. The power of the anti-aircraft cannon was comparable to the attack of an early-stage Tier 2 martial artist. It covered the sky, and most of the birdmen and monsters were unable to resist it. They were directly blown into pieces. Countless broken limbs fell from the sky. A round of bombarding. At least 1,000 birdmen and monster race members had died. Nearly 1/3 of them were dead or injured. If they had not dispersed in time, more would have died. Damn it. The two adjutants of the Blue Flames were furious. Their cultivation was at the late stage of the second step. Boon. Boon. Immediately. They made their move, throwing out huge spears burning with green flames from the air. They tore through the air and drew a dazzling trajectory. Rumble. Two of the transport trucks were pierced by the spears as the green flames engulfed the trucks, causing them to suffer even more damage. Two transport mechs were destroyed. Kill. On the ground. Combat mechs, cold weapon mechs, biochemical mechs, and electric mechs. More than 10,000 mechs fought with the ground troops of the Demon Vanguard Army. Kill. Boon. 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 An intense battle broke out. The two sides clashed. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. After the exchange, the demon soldiers finally realized the true strength of Jiang Li's mechs. All of them were at the perfected stage of the first level. They were strong and unafraid of death. Furthermore, there were also 1,900 who had reached the early stage of level 2. Crushing. Jiang Li's mech army crushed Red Snake's vanguards, even though Red Snake's vanguards were twice as many as Jiang Li's. It was still useless. The suppression in terms of quality caused the vanguard troops of the demon race to retreat in defeat. They were killed one after another. How could this be? What? Red Snake's pupils constricted. He shivered and his body turned cold. How can Jiang Li have such a powerful army? They are all soldiers at the perfected stage of level 1. This is too terrifying. Even the entire Red Dragon County can't take Jiang Li down, let alone 30,000 demon soldiers. We only have 5,000 level 1 demon soldiers in our vanguard. Whoosh! The 3,000 biochemical mechs used biochemical poison. The poisonous mist spread and corroded the demon soldiers, turning them into walking corpse puppets. It strengthened Jiang Li's army and weakened the enemy's strength. Da. Behind them, the 3,000 firearm mechs also got into position. They fired their machine guns and submachine guns at the same time, forming a storm of bullets. Blood splattered everywhere. The demon soldiers below level 1 were turned into sieves, and blood bloomed like flowers. Set up the formation. Quickly set up the formation. The nightmare beast roared loudly. He was also shocked and no longer had the arrogance from before. His hands and feet were cold, his eyes showed a trace of fear, and his whole body trembled. After the real battle, the nightmare beast finally understood. Why was the snake army annihilated? Why was the snake hunter killed by Jiang Li? Because Jiang Li's troops were too terrifying. They were not on the same level. To have such a strong army, Jiang Li was already in an invincible position. Roar. The army of the City of Fierce Beasts formed a battle formation, and the roar of a tiger could be heard. The murderous military chi and the chi of blood merged into one, transforming into a winged tiger with wings on its back. The ferocious tiger circled in the air. It was 100 meters long and had an aggressive aura. Buzz. The power of the battle formation spread out and blocked the firearm mech's bullets. The bullets couldn't break through the defense of the battle formation and stop the firearm mech from killing. A mere military formation. Jiang Li sneered. He waved his right hand and 100 large transport trucks slowly drove over from the transport mech behind him. He took a closer look. These 100 large transport trucks were obviously different from the others. The anti-aircraft guns on the front of the trucks were 130 mm in caliber, much larger than the 88 mm anti-aircraft guns. A transport mech at the perfected stage of level 2. Blast through the army formation. Stop! Jiang Li shouted. Yes. Catcher! Catcher! The cannoneers adjusted the angle of the cannons and aimed at the army. Fire the cannons. Jiang Li waved his hand. Boon. 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 Hundreds of 130mm anti-aircraft guns fired at the same time, and the shells flew across the sky, leaving behind a trail of fireworks. It was like the fire of death. Rumble. 100 cannonballs fell into the demon army and exploded. The sound of the cannonballs exploding rang in their ears. It shook the earth, the airwaves rolled, and the flames rushed into the sky. The smell of smoke spread across the entire battlefield. Ah! Bang! The army formation was destroyed immediately. Before the Wind Tiger could even unleash its might, it exploded and turned into starlight that filled the sky. One by one, the demon soldiers were blasted into pieces. Heavy casualties. Hundreds of 130mm anti-aircraft cannons destroyed the formation of the City of Beasts and killed thousands of demon soldiers. It also completely destroyed the morale of the demon vanguard. Da. The firearm mech fired crazily. Tens of thousands of mechs charged into the enemy. The level 2 electric mechs were like butchers, taking the lives of the demon soldiers. They were covered in blood. Not only that, the demon soldiers saw that their original companions' corpses were controlled after their death and turned into walking corpse puppets. They even attacked them. It was simply terrifying, and he was extremely terrified. What the hell is this? The Ghost Clan's possession technique. Damn it. The demon general's eyes were gloomy and horrified. They quickly killed the walking corpse puppets that were attacking them. Only after the heads were cut off would the walking corpse puppets lose control and fall. Otherwise, even if its limbs were cut off and it was split into two, the walking corpse could still move. At this moment, on the other side of the battlefield, JJ-01 and Sh-01 cooperated with each other, using sniper bullets, rocket missiles, and Gatling guns to form a suppressive fire against the blue flames. Lan Yang was extremely powerful. He was the deputy commander of the Red Dragon County's Air Force. He was at the peak of rank 2 and was just one step away from awakening his bloodline and entering rank 3. So, he was extremely powerful. Roar. The blue one let out a long cry, and blue flames shot into the sky, forming a huge pillar of fire. It fused with the blue flames like a flaming god of war. Secret technique. Lan Yang shouted, Lan Shao Dharma power. Whoosh! In an instant, the aura of the blue flame rose sharply and its strength increased explosively. The powerful aura surged out and suppressed the surroundings, producing waves of air that shocked everyone. Kill. Boon. 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 The blue flame spear swept across, knocking away all the incoming sniper bullets and rockets. They exploded in the air, creating a loud boom. Jiang Li. Shua. Die. The blue flame roared. His figure was like a ray of light, crossing thousands of meters in an instant and charging at Jiang Li. Whoosh! The spear burning with blue flames pierced through the air and went for Jiang Li's head. Buzz. Buzz. Instantly, Jiang Li felt a terrifying pressure. The power of the perfected stage of Tier 2 was pressing down on him. It was like a mountain. Sigh. Jiang Li took a deep breath and ran his internal force with all his might. Meteor strike. Thump. The giant hammer mech roared and jumped 10 meters into the air. He gathered all his power and launched his strongest attack. Catcher. The handles of the two giant hammers were embedded together, forming two giant iron hammers with hammerheads. He waved his arms and smashed down with all his strength. Bang! A terrifying air explosion sounded and the air collapsed. This was a terrifying scene caused by pure power. It was extremely powerful. Lan Yang's pupils contracted. Rumble. The iron hammer and the spear collided in the air with a loud bang. The flames exploded and the air waves rolled like a missile explosion. Boom. There was an explosion. The giant hammer mech's huge body flew back and his damage increased rapidly to 10%. Blue flames danced on his body and his damage was still increasing. He actually slipped away. Lan Yang was shocked. He was knocked away by the hammer mech's powerful force. Blood came out of his mouth and he was injured. He looked at the hammer mech and then at Jiang Li. I didn't expect Jiang Li to have such a powerful master protecting him. He blocked my full force attack. All troops, retreat. The blue flame quickly rose into the air, pulling away from him as he shouted. Retreat. Let's go. Instantly, the two adjutants of the blue flame mercenaries shouted. 117 blocking the retreat. The current situation. The vanguard team led by Red Snake had been completely suppressed by Jiang Li's match and suffered heavy losses. Even if Red Snake and the others joined the battle, it would be useless. He was still being pushed back. Furthermore, more and more monsters were corroded by the biochemical poison and turned into walking corpses. Jiang Li's army seemed to be growing, which made the monsters even more terrified. The most important thing was, Lan Yang tried to kill Jiang Li, but he failed and was stopped by the giant hammer mech. In other words, they basically had no hope of winning. He continued to fight. There was only one outcome. That would be a complete wipeout. So, they had to retreat. As for Jiang Li's information, they had to inform the Red Dragon Commander Prince as soon as possible and let him make the decision himself because they had all underestimated Jiang Li. Jiang Li's power was far beyond what they had imagined. Very strong. It was extremely powerful. Unless the Red Dragon Commander Prince personally took action. Otherwise, even if they sent out 100,000 demon soldiers, they might not be able to take Jiang Li down. Retreat. The nightmare beast roared. Retreat. Hu Qianling shouted. All troops retreat, don't linger in battle. Bat Yiming shouted. Let's go. The Red Snake's full power attack forced back several electric mechs and quickly left the battlefield. Retreat. Jiang Li had recovered. His face was still pale, but his qi and blood had calmed down. He looked at the blue flames in the air with fear and didn't hide his killing intent at all. I won't give you a chance to escape. 100 perfected stage level 2 electric mechs, it's your turn. Block their retreat. Stop, Jiang Li shouted. Behind the Yarrow army. Shua. Shua. Whoosh. The 100 perfected stage level 2 electric powered mechs that had been lying in wait for a long time came out one after another. They stood in a row and blocked the entire road, blocking the retreat of the demon army. You're looking for death. Get lost. Bian Beast charged at the very front. He was 3 meters tall and had a huge body, like a miniature giant. The weapon he held in his hand was a huge long blade. Shua. The power of his bloodline surged and a fierce tiger phantom appeared. Black bloodline mist condensed and turned into a huge saber radiance that slashed forward. Electric energy control. Catcher. The 2 electric-powered mechs joined hands. Lightning like electric arcs surrounded their bodies and then gathered in their hands, creating dazzling electric light. The palm print was like thunder. Boom. An explosion sounded. Ah. Kuei-Shia let out a blood-curdling screech as the black blade light was shattered. His massive body was sent flying, knocking away several demon soldiers. He spat out blood and crashed to the ground. Second tier Swan Ni, perfected stage 2. Beast Tamer Yi was dumbstruck. He coughed up blood as he stared at the figure in front of him. His voice was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Kill. Catcher. Catcher. The 100 perfected stage level 2 electric mech shouted in unison and activated the skill Electric Energy Control. A large amount of lightning appeared all over their bodies and it was extremely dazzling. The electric arcs were like long snakes dancing in the air. It was a magnificent sight. Boom. 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 100 perfected stage 2 experts charged into the demon army. It was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep. No demon could stop them. Even a stage 2 demon was killed with a single palm. Only the red snake and the others could resist it. Even a late stage rank 2 could only block a few moves. Attack with full force and annihilate the enemy. Stop. Jiang Li shouted. Da. The firearm mech fired crazily. Countless bullets formed a rain of bullets. The muzzle spat out fire and the smell of gunpowder was extremely thick. Countless demon soldiers were either dead or injured, and it was extremely tragic. General. In the air. The two adjutants of the Blue Flame Army were pale. The battlefield below had gradually turned into a one-sided massacre. The demon soldiers of the Vanguard Army were killed one after another. Boon. 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 The anti-aircraft cannons fired continuously, blasting away demon soldiers one after another. Retreat. Lan Yen looked at the 100 figures of the perfected stage of Tier 2 with a grave expression. He even felt his hands and feet turn cold. It was too terrifying. Make him stay. Jiang Li stared at the blue flame. Bang. Bang. JJ-01 switched to an energy bullet magazine and fired a shot. The energy bullet tore through the air, broke through the sound barrier, and instantly shot toward the blue flames. This can't hurt me. Thump. The blue flame spear thrust out and blocked the energy bomb. Bombard him to death. Humph. Jiang Li snorted. He mobilized 100 perfected stage transport mechs and aimed 100 130mm anti-aircraft guns at the blue flame. One had to know. Among the vanguard troops of the demon race, the blue flame was the biggest threat to Jiang Li. It could fly, was powerful, and was extremely fast. If the giant hammer mechs weren't elite soldiers, they might not be able to stop the blue flame. So, Lan Yang had to die. Boon. 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 The cannoneers adjusted the angle of the cannons and fired at the same time. 100 cannonballs broke through the air and bombarded the blue flames. This is a Kasaya. Lan Yang's pupils contracted. He felt a fatal danger. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the blue flames moved at full speed and the wings flapped. The blue silk Dharma form let out a long cry and its speed was pushed to the limit. Its body was like an extreme blue stream of light. He dodged it. With his speed, the blue flames dodged the anti-aircraft missiles one after another. Phut. In the end, only 10 cannonballs hit the blue flames. Damn it. Lan Yang vomited blood and his injuries worsened. The blue hair on his body fell off and the Tier 2 peak-grade blue scale armor he wore cracked. Obviously, the transport mechs were different from the cannoneers. Their main function was to transport, and the cannoneers didn't have accurate firing skills. Plus, anti-aircraft guns were rigid and could not fire flexibly. Of course, the most important thing was that the cannoneers didn't have the corresponding skills. For example, JJ-01. He now had gunfighting technique and eagle eye. During a battle, the two skills could be used to predict and block the enemy's movement trajectory, lock onto the target, and hit the enemy. The blue flames could avoid the anti-aircraft guns, but they could not avoid JJ-01's shots. Rumble. Nearly 100 cannonballs exploded in the air. Although the blue flames dodged the cannonballs continued to bombard the other Birdman demon soldiers. The explosions killed many demon soldiers. Another 1,000 demon soldiers died. Even the two adjutants of Blue Flame were injured. What kind of power does Jiang Li have? How can he make such a terrifying weapon with such destructive power and range? It's a perfect weapon for the battlefield. Lan Yang's gaze was grave. Continue. Stop. Jiang Li shouted. Catcher! Catcher! The 100 mech artilleries adjusted the angle of their cannons and loaded the cannonballs. They aimed at the blue flames and prepared for the next round of fire. Lan Yang's pupils contracted. Obviously, if this continued, even if the blue flames could dodge most of the cannonballs, they couldn't dodge all of them. As his injuries worsened, he would definitely be exhausted to death. Jiang Li. The next moment, the blue flames were determined to go all out. He let out a long roar and the power of his bloodline erupted. Blue flames erupted like a volcano and shot into the sky. The blue silk Dharma form let out a long cry that resounded throughout the entire battlefield. Blue flame general. The red snake raised its head. There was a black palm print on its chest. It had obviously been hit by the electric-powered mech. Blood flowed from the corner of its mouth. Burn your bloodline. Bat Yiming's eyes widened. The Blue Flame General is going all out. I've been forced to this extent. Hu Qinling's heart was filled with shock. The nightmare beast also raised its head to look up. You must succeed. Kill. Die. Lan Yang roared. His body was like fire. Lan Xiao's Dharma form merged into one and turned into an extreme flaming spear. It pierced through the void and charged at Jiang Li, burning his bloodline. This was the monster race's last resort, but it was an ability that only monsters with third-grade bloodlines or above could have. Lan Yang's bloodline was third grade. After burning his bloodline, the blue flame's strength was virtually infinitely close to initial stage tier 3. Boon. 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 Hundreds of anti-aircraft guns fired at the same time, and the shells crossed the sky and bombarded the blue flames. Whoosh! The blue flame's speed suddenly increased, and it dodged in the air. It was as if a spear burning with blue flames had a mind of its own, dodging the cannonballs one after another. Bang! 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 JJ-01 fired 3 shots in a row. 3 platinum-colored energy bullets formed a triangle and locked down Lan Yang's position. All of them hit Lan Yang. But all the energy bombs exploded. However, after receiving JJ-01's attack, although the blue flames had destroyed it, his movement technique had been affected. He was hit by the remaining 10 anti-aircraft cannon shells. Rumble! The cannonball landed on his body and exploded into flames that filled the sky. It could be seen. The intensity of the blue flame's aura had clearly decreased. Sure. However, he still charged at Jiang Li. Catcher! Catcher! SH-01 removed the weapons from his arms. His arms were twisted and transformed into 2 sides of flesh and blood. He activated his biohazard ability. Whoosh! The biochemical fog surrounded his body. Kill. SH-01 was the first to charge forward. He crossed his 2 blades and slashed out, forming an X-shaped blood-red blade aura. Shake. Boon. Wengang shouted and punched out with both fists, which caused a violent shock. Ripples spread out and the power of the shock exploded. Meteor strike. Finally, the giant hammer mech roared and attacked with all his might. The giant hammer fell from the sky like a small hill. The air waves rolled. Rumble. The 3 perfected stage level 2 mechs all had strong close-range combat abilities. They clashed with the blue flame spear at the same time, making a loud sound. Catcher! Catcher! The ground cracked and spiderweb-like cracks spread out. Bang! Bang! JJ-01 fired another shot from a distance. The energy bullet tore through the air and hit the blue flame spear with a loud bang. Phut! Lan Yang coughed up blood, his face as white as a sheet. Boon! 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 The blue flame scattered in all directions. Phut! Catcher! SH-01's flesh scythe was broken and blood splattered everywhere. His body was sent flying over 100 meters away, smashing into a large tree in the distance. Thump! Wengang's arms were twisted, with electric sparks and blue flames covering his body. He was also sent flying. Boon! Finally, the mech's meteorites were also blocked. The powerful force was dissolved. The giant hammer mech was pushed back more than 10 meters before he could stabilize himself. Asterisk cough cough asterisk. The blue flames seemed to be extinguished. Lan Yang was coughing up blood. His face was pale and he held the spear in his hand. He raised his head and his face was thin, but he carried a fierce evil aura. Jiang Li, you've lost. The blue flame raised the spear in its hand, gathering the last of its power. Is that so? Let's go. Jiang Li waved his right hand calmly. After that, 100 mech drivers rushed out of the 100 transport trucks behind Jiang Li. He stood in front of Jiang Li. One had to know. Although the mech drivers weren't combat soldiers, they were perfected stage level 2 mechs. Kill him, Jiang Li said. Boon. 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 The 100 mech drivers didn't say a word and punched at Lan Yang at the same time. Lan Yang saw 100 sandbag-sized fists hitting his face. This time, Lan Yang was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. He was roaring in his heart, "We've already fought so far, and you're still hiding 100 subordinates at the perfected stage of Tier 2. How the fuck are we going to play? Fuck you." Chapter 123 Admiral. At noon, Jiang Li felt like he had rested enough. He once again gathered his forces. In the military camp that had not been built yet, more than 30,000 soldiers, including the walking corpse puppets, gathered and formed several corps. Since Jiang Li already had a level 3 psionic biochemical weapon, he became more daring. One had to know. Let's go. Jiang Li had already taken care of the Vanguard, which was the alliance of the 4 cities of Red Dragon County. In other words, the 4 demon cities in Red Dragon County were currently unguarded. So, Jiang Li planned to attack the demon city in Red Dragon County today and plunder resources. With the mobility of the mechs, he could travel between Red Dragon County and Black Dragon County in one day. He left after the fight. The most important thing was, Jiang Li didn't have many energy points left. He only had 392,475 energy points left. He didn't even have 400,000 energy points. He couldn't even upgrade his psionic biochemical soldier to the perfected stage of level 3. Jiang Li needed to replenish his energy points urgently. The best way? That was to take down the demon city of Red Dragon County. Since Jiang Li couldn't find anyone to trade with and the half-monster alliance had disappeared, the 4 major cities of the Black Dragon County had basically bought all the common herbs. He could go to other counties in the Great Gan Dynasty, but the distance was too far and it would take a lot of time. There was more. Jiang Li had almost used up all the wealth he got from the Greenscale City last time. He only had about 7 million taels of gold left. 7 million gold coins. Actually, it was not a small amount. City Lord, gather the troops. Are you going to exterminate the monsters again? Hong Qianqi looked at the regrouped troops, swallowed his saliva and asked in a low voice. Is there a problem? Jiang Li glanced at it. There's no Qianqian at all. No. Hong Qianqi quickly waved his hand. My lord, you are a god at commanding troops. Your powerful troops are invincible. You can easily destroy the monster race. However, I just want to remind you that the Commander Prince of Red Dragon County, Red Dragon, is most likely a 3rd-rank demon who has just awakened his bloodline. City Lord, you have to be careful. Yes. In the surroundings. Hu Dom and the others agreed. It could be said that Hong Qianqi, Hu Dom, Shu Wei, and the others were already in the same boat as Jiang Li. If something happened to Jiang Li, they wouldn't be able to survive. 3rd rank. Jiang Li smiled and looked at the psionic biochemical soldier on his right. I have one too. Where's County Lord Han? I don't think I've seen him today. Jiang Li looked around. One had to know. If Enliki had known that he was gathering his army to once again exterminate the demons, he would definitely have come. However, he had not seen him today. He was a little surprised. County Lord Han has been waiting at the city gate since this morning. He seems to be waiting for someone. Hong Qianqi said. I'm waiting for someone. Jiang Li raised his eyebrows. Who is it that made the State Lord wait at the city gate so early in the morning? It seems that someone important is coming to Great Xia City. It's possible. Hong Qianqi said. Let's go, he said. Let's go. Jiang Li waved his hand. Let's go and see it too. Yes, City Lord. Okay. Hong Qianqi, Shu Wei, and the others nodded. They looked at each other and immediately followed Jiang Li. At the city gate, Hanliki had indeed been standing there for a long time. His eyes were looking out and his body was covered in frost. There were several subordinates following him. City Lord. Greetings, City Lord. General Hong. In the surroundings, the city guards and the residents saluted and greeted him with respect. City Lord, why have you come? Hanliki heard the noise and turned around. He saw Jiang Li and unconsciously used honorifics to show his respect. I heard that County Lord Han has been waiting at the city gate since this morning. I'm curious as to which lord from the imperial court could make County Lord Han so respectful. Jiang Li smiled. That's why I'm here. I want to see it. Ah, he said. Hanliki seemed to have just reacted and said apologetically, City Lord Jiang, it was my mistake. I didn't inform you in advance that Jiang Boy, Admiral Jiang, would be coming from the capital today. Inspector. Hong Qian's pupils contracted. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from the front. Everyone looked up. There were a total of 5 people. They were all riding horses, no carriages. He took a closer look. The horses these 5 people were riding on were all extraordinary. Their bodies were covered with shiny black scales and their hooves were covered with fiery red fur. They were extremely handsome. Not only that, the horse in the lead had a spiral-shaped horn on its forehead which glowed faintly. We welcome you to the great Xie city, Admiral Jiang. Hanliki immediately knelt on the ground and shouted with respect. Welcome, Admiral Jiang. Soon after, Hanliki's subordinates and constables all knelt down to pay their respects. Yes. The 5 people on horses stopped at the city gate. Soon after, the 5 of them got off their horses one by one. Jiang Boyi stood in the middle of the 5 people. He was 1.9 meters tall, had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. There was a strong murderous aura between his eyebrows, and he was very majestic. He was wearing light leather armor, and the weapon at his waist was a 9-chain machete. The remaining 4. They were naturally Jiang Boyi's subordinates. They were half a step behind Jiang Boyi, expressionless, and their right hands were gently placed on the hilt of the saber at their waist, constantly alert of their surroundings. They could react in an instant if there were any unusual movements. You may rise. Jiang Boyi lowered his head and looked at Hanliki. Thank you, Commander. Hanliki quickly stood up and bent his back slightly, showing extreme humility. Admiral, you have traveled a long way from the capital. You must be tired. I have already prepared a banquet to welcome you. Please move to the county office and rest. No need. Jiang Boyi waved his hand and looked a little proud. I'm here with King Qian's imperial edict. The matter is urgent and can't be delayed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come on a horse. Let's get straight to business. Yes, yes, yes. Hanliki was stunned for a moment, then he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Jiang Li. Immediately, Jiang Boyi looked at Jiang Li, who was standing next to him. In reality, since Jiang Boyi came to Great Xie City, he had been sizing up Jiang Li with a hint of disdain. Obviously, Jiang Boyi didn't expect this. What? Jiang Li, who had been famous for a long time, had such a low cultivation and shallow internal force. He had only just opened 1 meridian. Such strength. He could kill them with 1 finger. So, Jiang Boyi even doubted whether the rumors were true or false. How could a martial artist with such a weak cultivation kill a single lion snake army? Could he kill the Ouroboros? Could he annihilate 30,000 demon soldiers? It was truly a fantasy. However, he hadn't come to the Great Xie City to investigate whether this matter was true or false, nor had he come to investigate anything. Rather, he had come to investigate the rumored ancient puppetry. Commander Jiang. Jiang Li cupped his hands and greeted. Yes. Jiang Boyi nodded with a calm expression. He then took out the imperial edict from his arms and slowly unfolded it. He then shouted, Jiang Li, the lord of the Great Xie City. It's an imperial edict. Hanliki immediately knelt down. Jiang Li didn't move. Huh. Jiang Boyi frowned. Jiang Li, seeing the imperial edict is like seeing King Qian. Why didn't you kneel? Why should I kneel? Okay. Jiang Li smiled. One had to know. I'm sorry. Jiang Li killed the monsters, the Ouroboros and the monster army, but King Qian didn't reward him. Instead, he abandoned him for his own benefit and false peace. Such a great Qian imperial court. To tell the truth, Jiang Li didn't agree with her at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't strong enough and the conditions didn't allow him to do so, Jiang Li would have killed his way into the capital of Daqin and replaced King Qian. It was just an imperial edict and they wanted Jiang Li to kneel. Simply dreaming. How audacious. Sure. Sure. The next moment, the four subordinates behind Jiang Boi pulled out the long knives at their waists in unison. Their internal strength surged and an extremely powerful aura burst out. They were actually four martial artists of perfected stage 2. Is the perfected stage of tier 2 very strong? Jiang Li sneered and waved his right hand. Sure. 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 The next moment, Wen Gang, JC-01, and CQ-01 rushed out from the side and blocked Jiang Li's way. Catcher. On the city wall, JJ-01 raised his sniper rifle and aimed a pitch-black muzzle downward. GJS-01 stood beside JJ-01, the longbow in his hand was pulled into a full moon shape. Instantly, the four subordinates behind Jiang Boi felt a terrifying pressure. They felt a faint chill in their hearts and sweat appeared on their foreheads. Even though they didn't sense any blood or internal force fluctuations from these people, but they instinctively felt the danger of death. There's no blood chi or internal force, but it has this kind of pressure. Jiang Boi's eyes lit up and he looked at Jiang Li. He shouted in joy, Jiang Li, you've indeed mastered the ancient puppetry. Your subordinates are all puppets, right? Interesting. You're only at the early stage of level 1, and you've only just condensed your inner energy and opened up one meridian, but you can create a puppet at the perfected stage of level 2. This ability has truly made me look at you in a new light. Ancient puppetry. Jiang Li shrugged. If you think so, then so be it. Jiang Li, please accept the decree. Jiang Boi read out loud to the Imperial Edict, I heard that City Lord Jiang has the inheritance of the ancient puppetry technique. I'm very curious and want to see how amazing it is. Order Jiang Li, the Castellan of the Great Xie City, to present the ancient puppet technique without any mistake. Although there were only a few words on the Imperial Edict, it was filled with an unquestionable and absolute order. This was normal. King Qian was the ruler of the Great Qian dynasty and a country. He had a high status. This was because in King Qian's opinion, everything that appeared in the Great Gan dynasty would belong to him. If he wanted it, no one could stop him. There was a saying, under the heavens, it is the king's land, and the people who lead the land on the shore are the king's subjects. Jiang Li was a member of the Qian dynasty and the lord of the Great Xie City. That was Wen Chen. If the monarch wanted the subject to die, the subject had to die. Not to mention, I just want something from you. How do you not give it to me? No, I didn't. Jiang Boi. Jiang Li narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiang Boi, then said calmly. Chapter 124 Disobeying the Decree. In reality, Jiang Li didn't lie. He didn't have the so-called ancient puppetry. You're so silly. Jiang Boi was stunned and his expression became a little stiff. Before he came, he had made many guesses and anticipated Jiang Li's reactions. After all, in the Great Qian dynasty, not every city lord was self-aware and not every city lord was 100% loyal to the Great Qian imperial court and King Qian. He had thought that Jiang Li would find all kinds of excuses to decline or quibble. He didn't expect that. Jiang Li replied with 2 words no. He was lying through his teeth. For a moment, Jiang Boi was also at a loss for words. Jiang Zhizhi, City Lord Jiang Zhizhi. Jiang Li, Hanliki was nervous. He clenched his fists and found that his palms were covered in sweat. He panicked. Jiang Li was facing Jiang Boi head-on. One had to know. The Great Gan Lord dynasty. There were a total of 36 counties. It corresponded to it. There were a total of 36 inspectors. The power of an inspector was extremely high, enough to mobilize the imperial court's army. In the imperial court system of Daqin, an inspector's rank was even higher than a commandu prince. Above the inspector, it was the admiral. In order to become an admiral, other than making great contributions and being recognized by King Qian, one would also need a powerful cultivation base. It had to be at the early stage of the third rank. If the kings of the 36 counties might be below level 3 in cultivation. For example, Yi Heilun, the king of the Black Dragon County, might be at the early stage of level 3, or even higher. Who tilde tilde who tilde who tilde. Jian Boyi let out a breath of turbid air and his face became slightly gloomy. His right hand unconsciously placed on the hilt of the 9-chain great cleaver at his waist. Vaguely, the surrounding spiritual qi gathered. Jian Li could clearly feel the air around him become thick, as if he had fallen into a swamp. Tier 3. After opening the celestial bridge, one could absorb spiritual energy into their body. After combining it with their own internal energy, the quality would become innate true qi. They could control the spiritual energy around them to a minimum, forming an innate domain. After reaching this level, his life essence had evolved and he could fly for a short period of time. His lifespan had increased and he could enjoy a lifespan of 300 years. Jiang Li, you're lying. Jian Boyi said in a deep voice, do you think I'm blind? Can't you tell that your subordinates are all puppets? Did you still tell this admiral? He. I'll give you a piece of advice, don't test my patience. Do you know what the consequences are for disobeying the imperial edict? Even eternal damnation is a light punishment. Jian Zhiji, City Lord Jian, why don't you remain as Zhiji? I'm afraid. As soon as Han Liki said that carefully, Jian Li looked at him coldly. Han Liki was so scared that he quickly lowered his head and closed his mouth. Commander Jiang. Hong Qianqi gritted his teeth and said, City Lord Jiang, he is in charge of the Great Xia City. He has defended against the invasion of the demons many times. He has killed the demons, destroyed the one-line snake army, and gotten rid of the snake guards. He has removed a huge threat for the Great Qian dynasty. Not long ago, he even annihilated the 30,000 demon vanguard troops in Red Dragon County. All kinds of impressive battle records and outstanding battle achievements. The Imperial Court's actions have truly chilled our hearts. Shut up. Jian Boyi swept his cold eyebrows and snorted. Cold-hearted. What right do you have to be disappointed? What a joke. Without the backing of the Great Qian dynasty, do you think you can stop the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom with your city? It is because of the intimidation of the Imperial Court of Qian that the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom did not dare to invade. Otherwise, you would have been wiped out long ago. 30,000 demon soldiers. Is it very amazing? It's just a small fight. Also, do you know how many humans will be killed if the peace on the surface is broken and the Great Qian dynasty and the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom officially go to war? How much will we lose? The Red Eyebrows Fei Kingdom is just one of the kingdoms on the border of the Great Qian dynasty. The Great Qian dynasty is north of the Red Eyebrows Fei Kingdom and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom, south of the Human Great Wei dynasty, west of the Lion Barbarian Kingdom, and east of the Manhuang Lake. Among them, demons reside in the lake. They have to station troops all year round to guard against the attacks of the demons. Tens of thousands of soldiers die every year. Outstanding battle achievements. Jian Boyi sneered. Don't flatter yourself. This Bayan. Hong Qianqi was stunned and didn't know how to refute. Obviously. Compared to Jian Boyi, who was an old fox in the imperial court, Hong Qianqi was much more immature. Jian Boyi's few words made Hong Qianqi speechless. In fact, he even had a feeling that what the other party said made sense. Your words are really nice to hear. Xu Wei snorted. All kinds of reasons and excuses. This is how you can claim to be the emperor and say, for the sake of the big picture, some sacrifices are inevitable. Not rewarding merits and not punishing guilty, I think it's about time for the imperial court to be punished. Noisy thing. Jian Boyi's eyes were cold. He circulated his innate true qi and controlled the spirit qi of heaven and earth, forming an illusionary spirit qi palm that grabbed Xu Wei's neck. Do you have the right to speak here? Die. Xu Wei's beautiful eyes shrank, and the pressure of the inborn realm surged like a towering mountain. The internal force around her body froze and could not be mobilized. Her heart seemed to have stopped beating. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. The power of the Carnate realm was beyond Shuai's imagination. Just a casual grab had produced such power that Shuai was facing death. "You dare touch my people?" YNSH-01. Jiangli raised his head and signaled YNSH-01. YNSH-01 raised his hand and slapped him. There was a faint, invisible light of psionic energy on his hand. Bang! The spirit chi palm shattered and exploded, turning into light spots that filled the sky. The pressure of Jiang Boi's innate domain dissipated. Jiang Boi was stunned. "Thank you, Jiang Li," Shu Wei gasped for air. Her pale face gradually regained color. She was still scared, but her heart was filled with joy and gratitude for Jiang Li's help. "Thank you, City Lord," Shu Wei said. "All of you, retreat to the back." Jiang Li waved his hand. "Yes. Yes, sir." Hudong, Wen Pingyuan, Shu Wei, Wu Zun, Pan Kuei, and the others obeyed the order and retreated to the back to watch the battle. The surrounding residents and city guards also looked over from afar. "City Lord is going to disobey the decree. That's the Admiral. He's here with the Imperial Edict and is representing King Qian. How dare the City Lord be so arrogant? I think King Qian is confused as well. If it wasn't for the City Lord, our great Xia city would have long been gone. Are you tired of living? King Qian is not someone that we commoners can talk about. Be careful or you'll lose your head. Stop talking nonsense." Everyone discussed in low voices. Rank 3. Jiang Li. Jiang Boi came back to his senses, looked up at Jiang Li, then at the tall man next to Jiang Li, and finally at Jiang Li. "I see." Jiang Boi understood and had an expression of sudden realization. "No wonder you dared to disobey the decree. So this is what you're relying on, the third-rank puppet. I really didn't think that you would be able to create a third-rank puppet. Without a sound, you've strengthened your strength to this extent. I think you already have the heart to rebel." Tier 3. Han Liki was dumbfounded. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Li. He was dumbfounded. When did Jiang Li have a level 3 subordinate? This. It was too fast. This was too fast. One had to know. Han Liki had discussed this with Hong Qianqi before. He was worried that the Red Dragon would lead an army to attack. The Red Dragon was a level 3 demon who had just awakened its bloodline. Han Liki didn't think Jiang Li would have a level 3 subordinate. Now, there was one standing next to Jiang Li. He just stopped Jiang Boi and shattered Jiang Boi's innate domain. He was definitely at level 3. Third rank, it's actually third rank. Tier 3. Hudong was extremely excited. This is Tier 3. The City Lord really has Tier 3 subordinates. The City Lord is mighty. Wen Pingyuan was excited. There's hope for the great Xia city. Hong Qianqi sighed. Shu Wei looked at him with admiration. Everyone's eyes were filled with respect. Sure. The next moment, Jiang Boi made his move. He drew the 9-ringed broadsword from his waist. The blade was black and did not reflect any light. He circulated his innate true qi and slashed. Instantly. Die. The 9-meter-long sword ray slashed at Jiang Li. Hurry up. It was as fast as lightning. City Lord, be careful. Everyone cried out in alarm. Stop him. Jiang Li was already on guard and YNSH-01 reacted faster than he expected. As the psionic energy gathered, the psionic cannon on its left shoulder fired. Boom. A dark energy cannonball was fired. There was a loud bang. The blade light exploded. It was directly smashed into pieces. What? Jiang Boi's eyes widened in shock. He looked at the dark energy cannonballs that were coming through the air and quickly retreated. In an instant, he slashed more than 10 times. Shua. 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 The blade light formed a sword dance. Boom. The sound of an explosion rang out. The blade auras were shattered and the psionic cannonballs exploded, creating terrifying shockwaves and storms. The hammer mech protected Jiang Li from the shockwaves. The ground cracked and the city gate was shattered. Ah! Ah! Jiang Boi screamed. He flew backward, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. After he landed, he kept retreating. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the ground. One shot. It was only one shot. Jiang Boi had been beaten up like this. Obviously. Although Jiang Boi was at the third stage, he was only at the early stage of the third stage. YNSH-01 was at the late stage of the third stage. The difference between the two was more than a few small levels. Admiral! Jiang Boi's four subordinates exclaimed in shock. So strong. What? Hong Qianqi was shocked. Admiral Jiang couldn't even withstand one attack from the City Lord subordinates. He was beaten to the point of spitting blood. I thought this Commander Jiang was very powerful. He was so arrogant just now, but in the end, he was still beaten up by the City Lord subordinates. He deserves it, Hu Dong said sarcastically. Yes, yes. Wang Pinyuan and the others nodded. Gulp. Han Leke swallowed. He didn't dare to say anything bad about Jiang Li anymore. He was afraid that he might annoy Jiang Li and make Jiang Li's subordinates do the same to him. Then he would be dead. The kind that would not even leave a corpse behind. Chapter 125 Stage 3 Walking Corpse. Cough cough. Jiang Boi was coughing up blood. The explosion just now was too powerful. He continuously slashed out saber flares and displayed saber martial techniques, but he was still injured. Obviously. The puppets that Jiang Li made were stronger than Jiang Boi. Admiral. The four subordinates came to Jiang Boi's side and reached out to support him. The shock in their hearts had yet to dissipate, and they were faintly stunned. To tell the truth, they had never expected this. In such a small Great Sheer city, there were actually so many people at the perfected stage of level 2. Not only that, but there was also a level 3 demon. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary rank 3. With just one move, he had injured and defeated Jiang Boi, Admiral Jiang. It was a little hard to accept. With this kind of power and strength, controlling a city was a waste of talent. If they had enough troops, they could at least hold down a county. Let's go, he said. Jiang Boi gritted his teeth and looked at Jiang Li. He ran his innate true chi to stabilize his injuries and then walked to the horned scale horse. He prepared to leave. Yes, Admiral. His four subordinates followed him. Do it. Let's go. Jiang Li glanced at them coldly and ordered his match. You want to leave? How was that possible? If Jiang Li hadn't been lucky enough to fuse a level 3 soul tinder last night and upgrade to a psionic biochemical soldier, he would have died. Now, Jiang Li might have been captured long ago or even brought to the capital. He would be interrogated and eventually die. So, Jiang Li would never let Jiang Boi go. As for whether he would offend the Imperial Court of Dhn or even completely fall out with them, Jiang Li was no longer afraid. One had to know. Jiang Li had 2,000 transport mechs, which was enough to take all the mechs away. With the mobility of the transport mechs, Jiang Li had a chance to leave the territory of the Great Gen dynasty. Even, Jiang Li could still fight guerrilla warfare with the Great Qin dynasty. Whoosh! GJS-01 was the first to attack. It drew its bow and shot out an arrow. The arrow was made of elite alloy and pierced through the air. It was silent and extremely fast. Phut! Blood splattered everywhere. One of Jiang Boi's 4 men didn't even have the chance to react before the elite alloy arrow pierced through his head from the back of his head and out between his eyebrows. It pierced through his head. He was killed in one arrow. He had killed a martial artist at the perfected stage of Tier 2 with one arrow. Elite troops were indeed elite troops. They were powerful, and at the same level, they displayed more destructive power than ordinary troops. Of course, this was also due to the fact that GJS-01's equipment was extremely powerful. Back then, the Snake Hunter had the Ouroboros bow and the black gold arrow. They tried to kill Jiang Li from a distance. Although they didn't succeed, the set of bows and arrows was very powerful. It was the same for GJS-01. Jiang Sai. The other underlings opened their eyes wide and let out a sorrowful cry. Bastard! You dared to kill Jiang Sai! They shouted in anger. Jiang Li! Jiang Li! Jiang Boyi raised his head and glared at Jiang Li. His killing intent surged and his innate true chi surged. A blood-black light appeared around him. Admiral Jiang, since you're here, don't leave. You're right, Jiang Li said coldly. Boom. The next moment, YNSH-01 turned into a close combat mode. It raised its arms, twisted, and activated its biochemical physique. Mechanical psionic energy was activated and a blood-black mist appeared around its body. His arms turned into scythes. Sure. YNSH-01 left a deep pit on the ground as it shot out. It covered the distance of hundreds of meters in an instant and rushed toward Jiang Boyi. Jiang Li. Jiang Boyi's pupils constricted and he was terrified. He felt the terrifying pressure and was terrified. Jiang Li, you dare to kill me. Bang. JJ-01 fired and the energy bullet pierced through the air, killing Jiang Boyi's subordinate. Thump. The three martial artists of perfected stage Tier 2 joined forces and linked their internal forces together. They swung their long swords and slashed out a blazing sword light, shattering JJ-01's energy bomb. Bang bang bang. JJ-01 fired a series of shots and its entire body shook. Chain blade technique. Shua. 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 The flashes of the blades formed a strong defense, blocking all the bullets. Chain falcon arrows. Whoosh. 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 GJS-01 took the opportunity to attack. He used his skill and shot out 3 arrows in a row in an extremely short period of time, each arrow hitting the same point. Bang. The blade light shattered, breaking the surface with a single point. What? Jiang Boyi's 3 subordinates, who were at the perfected stage of Stage 2, were shocked. Phut. The energy bomb shot through the air. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. One of his subordinates' head had been shattered by an energy bullet. Penetrating spear technique. Phut. At this moment, CQ-01 charged over. The long spear in his hand was like a dragon emerging from the sea. It spun at an extremely fast speed like an electric drill, piercing through the air and penetrating the heart of another martial artist at the perfected stage Tier 2. Blood spurted out. No. The last martial artist of perfected stage 2 screamed in fear. Whoosh. GJS-01 fired an arrow and ended the enemy's life. The arrow pierced through his head. The whole process took less than half a minute. Jiang Boyi's 4 subordinates were all killed and 4 corpses lay on the ground. Buzz. Suddenly, a black light came out of one of the bodies and flew into Jiang Li's forehead. A system message flashed. Acquired a Stage 2 Soul Tinder. My luck has been pretty good recently. I got a Level 2 Soul Tinder after killing 4 Level 2 ones. Jiang Li smiled. Ah. Jiang Boyi's screams came. It could be seen. Half a minute passed. Jiang Boyi was extremely miserable and seriously injured. He was no match for the YNSH-01 at all. Even if he used all his skills, it was useless to resist. It was a completely one-sided battle. Phut. YNSH-01 slashed with his blade, shattering Jiang Boyi's blade aura and destroying Jiang Boyi's protective true energy. A wound so deep that the bone could be seen appeared on his chest. Jiang Boyi vomited blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a while. His injuries were too severe. Jiang Jiyu, Jiang Li, he shouted. Jiang Li, Jiang Boyi raised his head and stared at Jiang Li in the distance with killing intent. He clenched his fists. One had to know. Jiang Boyi was able to sit in his position today. He had experienced many, many things. He had fought many battles, big and small. He had even fought against the armies of the monster race and the monster race many times. He had lost count of the number of monster race and barbarian race experts that had died in his hands. Of course, he had also killed many people. To tell the truth, Jiang Boyi had never thought that he would fall here in such a small Great Shia city and that he would die like this. He was too unwilling. When Jiang Boyi took on this mission, he thought it was just a small matter. He didn't expect that this mission would actually end his life. Transform into an undead puppet. Go. Jiang Li ordered. Yes. YNSH-01 nodded. Catcher. Catcher. Immediately after, the sides on his arms changed shape and returned to normal arms. He spread out his hands and a strong biochemical poison began to spread out. What do you want to do? Jiang Boyi's eyes widened. Recycling. Jiang Li smiled. You're so silly. Jiang Boyi was terrified and his whole body was cold. Whoosh! The biochemical poison spread like a black poisonous mist and gradually covered Jiang Boyi's whole body. Then, it invaded Jiang Boyi's body through his 5 senses, breathing, pores, and so on. The poison was spreading and corroding. Ah! Ah! Jiang Boyi's shrill scream was like dismembering his body. Extreme pain came from all over his body. His whole body twitched and his face gradually twisted. It could be seen. At the area infected by the biochemical poison, Jiang Boyi's skin gradually turned black and continued to spread. The black color gradually covered his whole body. Finally, Jiang Boyi's pupils also turned black, like black gems. There was no reflection at all, as if it had swallowed all the light. When his pupils turned black, Jiang Boyi stopped screaming, his heart stopped beating, and his limbs stopped twitching. The biochemical poison mist spread, and he stood up shakily. The transformation of the infection was successful. Early 3rd rank undead puppet. Biochemical poison. This skill was very powerful. YNSH-01 was at the late stage of the 3rd rank. According to the ability of the biochemical poison skill, YNSH-01 could control 9 late-stage 3rd rank walking corpses to the maximum extent. So, transforming an early-stage 3rd rank walking corpse puppet was a piece of cake. Mission accomplished. YNSH-01 saluted to Jiang Li. All right. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Li laughed and was very satisfied with his decision. As expected, the decision to upgrade to SH-01 was so wise. The biochemical toxin ability is so powerful. Early-stage 3rd rank undead puppets have no intelligence and can only move by instinct. Although they can't be compared to a real early-stage 3rd rank undead, they are still quite strong. Hong Qianqi, clean up the bodies outside the city gate. Fix the broken city gate, Jiang Li ordered. Fix the broken city gate as well. Yes, City Lord. Yes. Hong Qianqi answered loudly. Yes. Okay. Jiang Li nodded and walked into the city. He was planning to take the Demon City in Red Dragon County, but Jiang Boyi delayed it. It was still early. He could still continue his operation. As long as nothing went wrong, they should be able to return to the Great Xia City by evening after taking down a Demon City. The match followed Jiang Li. Farewell, City Lord. In the surroundings, the crowd bowed and saluted with great respect. Han Liki got up from the ground and looked at the bodies outside the city. He gulped and then looked at Jiang Li's back. He even dared to kill a commander. This is too brutal. I'm afraid that the next one to come won't be an admiral, but the army of the imperial court. As for hiding this matter, it was impossible. Not to mention how many people were present, there were also spies from various cities in the Black Dragon County. They had already spread the news. It wouldn't be long before everyone knew about it. How could he hide it? Within the city, in the military camp, the mechs had already assembled. The walking corpse puppets formed a suicide squad, acting as meat shields in front rows. Each type of soldier formed a corresponding army. They would then coordinate with each other. Let's go. Jiang Li sat in the passenger seat of YS-01 and opened the map. The route and the target were marked on it. The entire army set off again. Their target this time was one of the 5 great demon cities in Red Dragon County, Hu City. Because Jiang Li heard that Hu City was the richest of the 5 demon cities in Red Dragon County. Chapter 126 Preparation. The convoy of 2,000 transport trucks drove in an orderly manner on the main road of the Great Xia City. The low roar of the engine slowly spread into the ears of every citizen in the surroundings like the heavy sound of thunder. Behind the transport truck, there were 2,000 artillery vehicles. The houses on both sides of the street. The citizens opened their windows and peeked out to look from afar. Their eyes were filled with awe as they stared at the transport trucks that were gradually moving further away. So this is the City Lord's army, how impressive. And there are so many of them. With such a powerful army, our great sheer city will definitely be impregnable. Yes, yes. What DHN Imperial Court? We are in danger, but I don't see them sending any troops to protect us. I only believe in City Lord Jiang. I hope the great sheer city can survive this calamity. You should have heard that the City Lord needs ordinary medicinal herbs. Why don't we organize a medicinal herb-picking team and go deep into the mountains to pick herbs? Isn't this Wufu a little too dangerous? There were more than 100,000 people in the great sheer city, both men and women, young and old. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number either. There were also many villages of various sizes around the city. Of course, compared to the citizens living in the great sheer city, the security of the villages was even lower. If a demon entered the territory, the first to be slaughtered would definitely be the villages around the city, such as the vanguard led by the Red Snake. They marched all the way here. They had massacred at least 4 to 5 villages. It was quite brutal. Some large villages would organize some village soldiers, but compared to the demon soldiers of the demon race, the gap was huge. It was just for psychological comfort. They encountered small groups of demon soldiers or fierce beasts. They could deal with the soldiers of the large villages, but if they encountered a group of ferocious beasts or demon soldiers, they would definitely die. Very quickly, the mech army led by Jiang Li was ready to leave the city. As expected, the City Lord is going to take the initiative to attack again and send out troops to exterminate the demons. Have you noticed that the City Lord likes to take the initiative? He has been sending out his troops to seize the initiative instead of waiting for the enemy to attack and defend the city. It seems so. Hu Dong and the others chatted for a while. Chief Sovereign. Before the transport truck left the city, XX01 came quickly. What is it? What's the matter? Jiang Li asked and signaled the truck to stop. Mech XX06 stationed in the Green Mountain Range has important information. Requesting communication. XX01 said. Answer. Okay. Jiang Li nodded. Green Mountain Range. This was the border between the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom and the Great Shen Dynasty. It could be said to be an extremely important battlefront. If the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom's Yao army wanted to invade the Black Dragon County, they had to pass through the Qingshan Mountains. So, he needed to station mechs in the Green Mountain Range, and there had to be intel mechs. Only then could Jiang Li know the monster's movements. If the demon clan invaded, they would be able to detect it at the first moment and come up with a countermeasure. In reality, thanks to the intel mech XX05, Jiang Li knew about the demon vanguard's invasion in advance and sent out the mech troops to annihilate them. Jiang Li even lost XX05. This time, in order to ensure the safety of XX06, Jiang Li also sent 10 perfected stage electric mechs to Qingshan Mountain. This way, even if XX06 was discovered, the 10 perfected stage electric mechs should be able to protect XX06. They would even be able to monitor the demon army at all times. Whoosh! In the middle of communication, XX01 raised his wrist and a projection light appeared. A projected image appeared in front of Jiang Li's eyes and it gradually became clear. Speaking of this, at the two ends of the Green Mountain Range were the Wuzu Plain and the Green Spirit Lake. If the monster army of the Red-Browed Monster Kingdom wanted to go around the Green Mountain Range, they could only enter the Black Dragon County through the Wuzu Plain or the Green Spirit Lake. If they went through the Wuzu Plain to enter the Black Dragon County, they would eventually reach the territory of Qianshui City, and if they crossed the Azure Spirit Lake, they would reach the territory of Five Lakes City. Rumors. There was an extremely powerful, ferocious beast resting in the Green Spirit Lake, but he didn't know if it was true or not. Intel Mech XX06 greets the Lord. The communication was connected. In the projection, XX06 saluted Jiang Li and said respectfully, "Yes. Yes." Jiang Li nodded and said, "Report." "Yes." XX06 nodded. "Reporting, Master. I have discovered a large number of aerial demon soldiers appearing around the Green Mountains. They seem to be investigating the terrain. There's a huge number of them. Demon soldiers in the air. Is it possible?" Jiang Li pondered. "Can you capture the picture?" "Yes, I can." XX06 stood at a high point in the Green Mountains and turned the camera. The projection changed and transmitted the scene in the distance. In the image, the fully armed demon soldiers in the air had a pair of wings on their backs and were covered in green feathers. They were almost identical to the demon soldiers led by Lan Yang. However, the demon soldiers in the air were even more well-equipped. They should be the demon soldiers of Red Dragon County. Jiang Li murmured and took a deep breath. "In that case, we can't go to Hu City for the time being. If I'm not wrong, these demon soldiers in the air must be a scouting team from the Red Dragon County. I estimate that it won't be long before a large demon army arrives at the Qingshan Mountains. Then, they will cross the mountains and enter the Black Dragon County, directly attacking the Great Xia City. It's faster than I expected. I wonder how many demon soldiers will come this time. In that case, I have to thank Jiang Boi. If it wasn't for Jiang Boi's appearance, which delayed me a lot of time, I'm afraid I would have already sent troops to Red Dragon County. If we run into the Red Dragon County's demon army on the way, it's fine. With the mobility of the transport trucks and the artillery vehicles, I can fight and leave as I wish. If we didn't meet on the way, even if I had taken down Hu City and plundered a large amount of resources, without me, the Great Xia City would have been taken down by Red Dragon County and then massacred. Looks like we are going to have to fight a city defense battle this time." Jiang Li thought. XX06, you will continue to guard the Qingshan Mountains and pay close attention to the movements of the demons. It would be best if you can confirm the number of demon soldiers. Return immediately after you find the demon army, Jiang Li ordered. Don't monitor them. Yes. XX06 nodded. One had to know. Back then, Blue Flame, who was only at the perfected stage of the second stage, was able to discover XX05, let alone this time, the Red Dragon, who might be at the third stage, was leading an army. The probability of XX06 being discovered was extremely high. At that time, he was afraid that they would be destroyed like XX05, not to mention tracking them. Even if there were 10 perfected stage electric-powered mechs, they might not be useful. So, in order to avoid unnecessary losses, Jiang Li just wanted XX06 to leave immediately after confirming the number of demon soldiers. Sure. The projection disappeared. The communication was disconnected. Let's go back to the city. Go. Jiang Li ordered. The transport trucks and artillery vehicles started to reverse, then turned around and returned. They didn't leave the city, but instead prepared to return to the military camp. City Lord, this is. You've returned. Why? What happened? Everyone looked on helplessly, their faces filled with confusion. They couldn't understand why the City Lord had suddenly returned to the city. Could it be that something big had happened? In the military camp, all the mechs had returned. Hong Qianqi, Hu Dong, Shu Wei, and Han Liki had been waiting outside the camp for a long time. When they saw Jiang Li coming out of the camp, they immediately walked forward. City Lord. City Lord. Hong Qianqi and the others said respectfully. Yes. Yes. Jiang Li nodded. What's up? City Lord, did something happen? Hong Qianqi asked. Hu Dong and the others didn't say anything. They just looked at Jiang Li. Yes. Jiang Li didn't hide anything. You're right. Something big is happening and it's related to the survival of the Great Xia City. City Lord Jiang, please don't scare us. What's going on? Han Liki asked nervously. Wang Pingyuan and the others were also nervous. They clenched their fists. The demon army of Red Dragon County is about to arrive. I'm not sure, Jiang Li said. They'll enter the Great Sheer City before this evening. As for the number of demon soldiers, I don't know yet. Red Dragon County must have suffered a few losses in the past. This time, they will probably go all out, or even send out all their troops to take revenge. All of Xuanji's forces. Hanliki was so frightened that he was trembling. His face turned pale without a trace of blood. Doesn't that mean that Laoai has nearly 100,000 demon soldiers? This Swan Ni. Hudong's face was also pale, and his eyes could not help but reveal a look of fear. City Lord, if that's the case, can we stop the monster army of Red Dragon County with just our city? What should we do? Wang Pingyuan asked nervously. It might not be 100,000. Don't forget, Hong Qianqi analyzed. The Castellan annihilated 30,000 demon soldiers last time. No matter how many soldiers Red Dragon County has, it's impossible to gather another 100,000 demon soldiers. That's right, but even if it's less than 100,000, there should be at least 70,000 or 80,000. In addition, Red Dragon is personally leading the army. Our Great Sheer City is in danger. Hanliki said. The City Lord also has third-rank subordinates. We won't lose for sure, Hong Qianqi shouted. This news must be kept a secret. It can't be spread out. Otherwise, if the people start to panic and flee, I'm afraid that our Great Sheer City will collapse internally. Hanliki said after he calmed down. Yes. Hudong and the others nodded. City Lord, why don't we send people to the other 4 cities to request for reinforcements? Shu Wei suggested. They won't send any reinforcements. No. Jiang Li shook his head. The news that I killed Jian Boy should have spread. They are trying to hide from me. It's already good enough that they didn't hit me when I was down. Why would they send reinforcements? We can only rely on ourselves. Don't worry. With this City Lord here, the Great Sheer City will definitely be fine. All the members of the Sirius Gang, the city guards, and the constables from the county government start building the defense of the city. Before the Yarrow army arrives, make as many preparations as you can. We have to win this city defense battle, and we will definitely win. Chapter 127 City Defense. Yes. Shu Wei immediately nodded. Yes, City Lord. Hudong said. They could only trust Jiang Li now, and they had to. City Lord, with the current number of city guards, the number of members of the Sirius Gang, and all the constables in the county government, we can definitely finish the fortifications before evening. Hong Qianqi patted his chest and promised. Our county government will definitely do our best. Hanliki gritted his teeth. Go on. Go. Jiang Li waved his hand. This subordinate will take his leave. Hong Qianqi and the others saluted and left. They gathered all the members, city guards, and constables as Jiang Li ordered. They moved as fast as they could. Building fortifications. The main purpose was to reduce casualties during the defensive battle, thus hindering the enemy's attack and at the same time causing damage to the enemy. Among them, Jiang Li also told Hong Qianqi and the others to build shooting fortifications on the city wall to ensure the firearm mech's fire output and safety. However, they didn't know much about the shooting fortifications of the firearm mechs, so Jiang Li had to teach them personally. Since it was a city defense battle, the city wall itself was the best cover. Other than that, Hong Qianqi and the others had dug many traps and pits around the city wall. Inside the pits were iron spears. If they fell in, they would be pierced into a sieve. There was more. They had also dug huge trenches outside the city walls to limit the demon cavalry. In the afternoon, the Great Sheer City's defensive works had not been completed yet. Jiang Li received the news from XX06 that the demon army led by Red Dragon had arrived at the outskirts of Qingshan Mountain. Furthermore, the reconnaissance air force of the demon race had already determined the route. In the projection, 100,000 demon soldiers. They were well-equipped, organized, and well-disciplined. Even through the screen, Jiang Li could feel the power of the army. They were definitely elite soldiers who had gone through hundreds of battles. Faintly, Jiang Li felt the pressure too. This time, Red Dragon came prepared with 100,000 demon soldiers. It was obvious that he was determined to take the Great Shear City and kill Jiang Li. After all, Jiang Li had massacred a demon city in the Red Dragon County and killed 30,000 demon soldiers. There was an irreconcilable hatred between them. If the Red Dragon didn't kill Jiang Li, he would lose all his face. Cavalry, Air Force, archers, and infantry. It's the Red Dragon. Jiang Li judged the demon troops led by XX-06. Long range, close range, and air. The types of troops are quite complete. In a city defense battle, the archers and the Air Force are the biggest threats, so they need to be dealt with first. I hope the anti-aircraft guns and mechanical artilleries can be more powerful. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion sounded. Jiang Li. A fire appeared on the screen. Jiang Li heard a dragon roar and then the screen went out. XX-06 didn't even have a chance to react. He was killed instantly. Jiang Li's face darkened. Although Jiang Li had been on guard for a long time, he still underestimated the strength of the monsters in Red Dragon County. XX-06 was killed just like that. Even if he had 10 perfected stage level 2 electric match protecting him, it would be useless. In reality, the 10 perfected stage level 2 electric match that Jiang Li sent were quite useful. They blocked several enemy attacks and bought XX-06 a lot of time to shoot. Otherwise, XX-06 would be destroyed as soon as it was discovered, so Jiang Li wouldn't be able to know the situation of the demon army through XX-06. Of course, the 10 perfected stage level 2 electric match were likely to be killed since they had been discovered. Fortunately, Jiang Li had already received first-hand information about the demon army in Red Dragon County. He knew the number and types of the army. It wasn't too much of a loss. However, Yin Luo. Jiang Li thought in the picture that was just sent, the demon soldiers behind the demon army seemed to be different. Even their flags are different. Could it be the demon soldiers from the other counties of the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom? It should be. I killed 30,000 demon soldiers last time, Jiang Li said. It's impossible for the Red Dragon to build another army of 100,000. It can only borrow soldiers from other counties. Green Mountain Range. Boom. 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 An explosion sounded. The blazing electric light flashed like lightning. The trees exploded and the ground cracked. The 10 electric matches exerted their strongest power. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. Many of the demon soldiers were killed and their bodies seemed to have been carbonized. Grand completion of Tier 2. It's actually 10 at the perfected stage of Tier 2. The demon soldier was shocked. Kill. The 10 electric-powered matches were not afraid of death, pain, or fear. They charged into the army of 100,000 demon soldiers. You're looking for death. Do you really think that you're invincible just because you're at the perfected stage of Tier 2? You actually dare to charge into the army, you reckless thing. Get into formation. The generals of the demon soldiers shouted. Roar. The next moment, the army formation was activated and the murderous military chi gathered. It condensed the bloodline power of the demon soldiers, causing a terrifying qualitative change. It formed a roaring flaming lion. The flaming lion was 100 meters tall and its entire body was blood red in color. It looked as if it was burning with blood flames and its might was torrential. Boom. The flaming lion pounced. Catcher. The electric mech used his skills and electricity burst out, forming lightning and thunder. The palm print cut through the sky like thunder and collided with the flaming lion. An explosion sounded. Lightning exploded. Catcher. Catcher. The electric-powered mech was knocked back and his arms were broken. The damage was greatly increased. The flaming lion pounced again and the electric-powered mech advanced instead of retreating. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp arrow wrapped in purple lightning came from the sky. It tore through the air and pierced through the chest of an electric mech. The electric mech was scrapped. Buzz. Jiang Li collected the body and it turned into starlight and disappeared. What? In the air. It was a demon with a pair of wings on his back, wearing purple leather armor and wisps of purple electric arcs around his body. He looked down with a slightly surprised expression. Where's the corpse? He was the commander of the Red Dragon County Air Force, the Purple Thunder Wing. An expert at the perfected stage of Stage 2. He was half a step into the third rank. It was even more powerful than the Blue Flames. A few minutes later, the battle was over. The 10 perfected stage electric mechs were all destroyed. Only one perfected stage electric mech activated the self-explosion procedure and killed a large number of demon soldiers. In the end, the demon soldiers of Red Dragon County had killed 10 perfected stage level 2 electric mechs at the cost of more than 2,000 demon soldiers. Of course, most of the lost demon soldiers were below level 1. Obviously, this was the power of the army. When there were enough soldiers and they were familiar with the military formation, they could gather the military chi and exert a powerful force which could threaten high-level powerhouses. My king, these humans are very strange. I suspect that they are not real humans. The purple lightning wings came to the red dragon's side and cupped his hands in greeting. He then said in a deep voice, he's not afraid of death. He doesn't feel pain. He doesn't know what fear is. It should be a type of puppet that is being controlled. In other words, it's true that Jiang Li has mastered the ancient puppetry. If Jiang Li can mass-produce these puppets at the peak of level 2, then this person is too dangerous. We definitely can't let him develop. Otherwise, he'll be able to take on an entire country by himself. We have to kill him as soon as possible. It'll be best if we can snatch his ancient puppetry. Also, after these puppets were destroyed, not even a fragment of their bodies was left behind. They turned into starlight and dissipated. Ancient puppetry. If the ancient puppet technique that Jiang Li mastered is really as powerful as you said, it'll be a great opportunity for me. Obviously, Red Dragon also wanted to get the rumored ancient puppetry. After all, Jiang Li's strength was very strong with the ancient puppetry. My lord, since these puppets were sent by Jiang Li, I'm thinking that Jiang Li might have already known about the situation of our demon army. The commander of the infantry division, the handsome wolf, Kande, said. Indeed. These puppet soldiers must have been sent by Jiang Li to the Qingshan Mountains. Jiang Li is quite smart. In the surroundings, the monster generals discussed. Don't worry about it. Red Dragon waved his hand. So what if Jiang Li knows? This time, we are going to crush the Great Xia City head-on. Any schemes and intrigues are nothing in the face of absolute power. With 100,000 demon soldiers, it's possible for them to take down the entire Black Dragon County, let alone a mere Great Xia City. Red Dragon Commander Prince, I have a question. At this moment, Yizhiha came over and asked, we have entered the territory of the Great Shen dynasty with such great fanfare. Isn't the Red Dragon Commander Prince worried about the army of the Imperial Court? Don't worry. The Imperial Court of Dhn has already sent a messenger to contact me. For the sake of peace between the two countries, there will definitely not be a large-scale war, the Red Dragon replied. I see. Yizhiha suddenly understood. It turned out that Jiang Li and Great Xia City were abandoned by the Imperial Court to ease the relationship between the two countries. However, it was a little awkward. This abandoned child seemed to be more powerful than everyone had imagined. Time passed. Night gradually arrived. In the air, the bright moon hung high in the sky and the stars twinkled. The Great Xia City. Jiang Li went to the city wall and looked into the distance. He didn't see any traces of the demon army. The shooting fortifications on the city wall had been completed. It was made of stone bricks and only had a hole for shooting. The firearm mech stood behind the cover. After the shooting fortifications were completed, the 3,000 firearm mechs were all on the city wall, standing behind the bunker, ready to fight at any time. Below the city wall, trenches had already been dug and the open space in front of them looked normal on the surface, but in fact, there were a lot of traps and potholes. Under the control of the biochemical mechs, 11,000 walking corpse puppets stood outside the city wall, ready to fight with the demon army. Behind the city wall, in other words, within the city, 2,000 transport trucks and 2,000 artillery vehicles were neatly arranged in several rows. The thick gun barrels had been raised and were facing the sky. The machine gun scout stood on the city wall and looked straight ahead.